What's a crack-a-lackin' is your boy, Broshmo? Just in case you did not know so. And we're back. We're back for Florida. We're back for Miami, Florida State specifically. All right, let me just get in here. All right, tonight's stream is going to be for the American Heart Association. I'll leave a link if you have a given heart and have a couple of dollars to drop. I'll leave a link for that in the chat. It's also in the description of the stream. You could also, if you want, if you're like, hey, I want a little something that shows that I gave, then I'm happy to do so. You could also get shirts. They got long sleeve and short sleeve. Let me just go promote this sucker on the X as well. But we got some time before Miami and Florida State hits the fields. You go ahead. You let me know how your day is going. I do have some best bets. I say best bets. I have bets that I like. So I have Mississippi State 14 plus 14 and a half. That number has since skyrocketed. It's at 17 and a half. I like that. I don't think Mississippi State wins, but I think they could keep it close. I really do. I also have Miami minus 6.5. You could take Miami. You could bet it down to 2.5, and I think I'd be okay with that. But I'm really in on Miami. I'm a Hurricanes fan, so I want to put a little more skin in the game. So I bet them up to minus 6.5. Then Nevada, sneaky. They've been all right this year. And so is Fresno State. I think Nevada could at least keep it within 2 touchdowns. So let's take a gander at the chat. Nintendo Mike. Yes, we're cool. I'm never listen. I don't get mad at the chat. Or it's very, what's the word? It's very rare. We were just having good football discourse, and just because I vehemently, I don't even think that's a word, just because I very much disagree with the notion that that you have there, just because we disagree. Like I am literally the opposite side on what you think about Miami and what you think about Indianapolis, which is fine. We're allowed to have different opinions. We're allowed to have different opinions. I just adamantly disagree with those opinions. But yeah, we're cool, dude. I'm not going to get mad at someone over football. It's football, for goodness sake. All right. So while we're waiting for the game here, I think I'm going to we'll do a quick scoreboard and a sack. Let me look here. Jason, how are you doing, my friend? No, Miami game probably starts in like another 15 minutes. Yeah, Penn State. Yeah, Hugo, Penn State losing is kind of nuts. Dude, Texas going down as well. Oh, look at that. Michigan State can't even cover. You know, I'm glad. I'm glad to see that they didn't cover plus 14 and a half. Makes me feel better about Louisville missing. Does the Dolphins owner look for another? No, I don't think that's how it works. I don't think the owner looks for another team to buy. Texas State, Arkansas State, who wins? I don't watch either of those teams, so I couldn't really tell you. All right, I'll be right back. I'm just gonna hit the restroom real quick. I'll hit y'all with the draft guide promo. If you don't know, now you know. It's the best money you'll spend, not just this year, but next year. It helps support the channel. You'll get access to over 600 prospects with information about all of them. But you don't necessarily need to hear from me, or at least hear it from me.
We love the NFL draft, and now my draft guide is available for purchase. It comes with over 500 player backgrounds and close to 300 player evals. It updates throughout the whole draft cycle. So when I add a new eval or I change my rankings, you're going to be the first to know. It's going to have all the pro day and combine numbers along with analytics. And it's a Google spreadsheet for right now. So you have to include your email with the purchase, but we will be switching over to a website at the end of the year. And if you get it now, it's going to be cheaper now than it will be later. It's a great way to support the channel. And as always, much appreciated, much obliged.
All right. Okay, I'm back. Golly, dude. Oh, I am tired. Hold on. Oh, man. I feel the voice going a little bit. Not terribly. Should be A-okay, so I'm not too worried about it. All right. Dude, Maryland lost. Georgia Bird, all about the U. Let's go, baby. The U. All about them Hurricanes today, man. I'm gonna be rooting hard for my Hurricanes. Could ODU make a chance to be in the college football playoff? They would have to win. Are they an American or a Sun Belt? They're Sun Belt. They'd have to win the Sun Belt. And since they already have one loss, they would certainly have to. They would need one of the other group of 5 conferences to be like champions, to be a one-loss team as well. Yo, Maryland lost to Washington? I did not catch that one. Dude, what the heck, bro? Maryland choked? Hey, at least they covered plus 5.5. Hey, if you're going to choke a win away, at least you can cover. Well, it doesn't look like Coleman really got going. Boston, have yourself a day. Let's see the play-by-play. So what? They just got... Okay, let's see it from here. Even worse. You're going into the 4th quarter, up 17, and they score 21 points in the 4th. Touchdown, 3 and out. Touchdown, 6 plays and punt. Touchdown, turnover on downs. Maryland. Oh, man. To think you were almost 5-0. That's wild. All right. Hurricanes are real Florida football. I like hearing that, dude. I'm a big Hurricanes fan. I love my Hurricanes. If let's see. Play calling for Maryland's offense was bad in the fourth quarter. If Michigan, okay, dude. I'm tired of Michigan State, dude. I'm tired of hearing about them. Quit talking about this 6-win Big Ten team that's just irrelevant when it comes to the college football playoff. Yeah, Miami beat Florida this year. We beat them last year in the swamp, and we beat them this year at our place. Mark Sanchez rested at hospital. Golly. Oh, man. Maryland was down 3 edge rushers. Didn't know that affected the offense. Sawyer Robertson. Dude, listen, replicate moth. Sawyer Robertson is just, his accuracy is too streaky. And I'm not saying he's an inaccurate quarterback, but he goes through these dry spells where he's either overthrowing or leading or throwing behind. He runs too hot and cold as a passer. You can't trust that. You can't rely on that. I think he's got interesting tools you could develop. That's no more than a third or fourth rounder at best, I think. What up, Izzy? Is Carson Beck better than Cam Ward? Cam Ward plays more within the offense. Yeah, Virginia could make the college football playoff. I mean, shoot. Virginia football sketty. Yeah, because it's not like the rest of their schedule is crazy. Getting by Florida State and Louisville is kind of huge. Because listen to this. They have a non-conference game against Washington State. That's kind of irrelevant if you're looking to make the ACC championship. Then North Carolina, Cal, Wake Forest, Duke, and Virginia Tech. None of those teams are ranked. A few of those teams are under 500. Honestly, Georgia Tech's got a relatively easy path as well. So, yeah. So I'm saying he could turn to Dak. I mean, yeah, I guess. Every now and then you're going to hit on a day 2 or day 3 quarterback. It happens. Tom Brady was the best day 3 quarterback of all time. Dude, even Brock Purdy, top half of the league starter, Mr. Irrelevant. Oh, Nintendo Mike, don't you correct my pronunciation. Hey, there we go, MSU. They're looking to cover. Too little, too late. I bet Louisville. So that slate don't matter to me. Altmaier reminds you of better Danny Jones. I think he reminds me of Graham Mertz. So agree to disagree. Oh, replica moth. It's okay to like a guy when it comes to the draft. It's okay to root for a guy and hope that he does something in the NFL. Who does Ruben Bain remind me of? Well, this is the thing. Okay. Ruben Bain, like finding a comp can be tough for guys like that. Like at first, if I'm doing like recency bias, the first guy that comes to mind is like an Aiden Hutchinson type, right? That's just so quick and just has a good pair of moves to win quick. Might not have ideal length, but he's got some girth to him and he gets after it. I heard Mike Renner come up with, I think, might be a better comp when it comes to playing. Because again, you throw out Aiden Hutchinson, everyone's going to be like, oh, potential defensive player of the year, Aiden Hutchinson. It's like, well, I don't want everyone thinking that that's the floor. So Mike Renner said Justin Houston. And I like that one. I remember growing up watching Justin Houston. So that might be more of an ideal one. Like you're probably gonna attack me, but I had Justin Herbert over Joe Burrow in the draft. No, that's fine. I think that's fine. It's easy to fall in love with Herbert's arm talent, so I get it. Do you think Fisher from Indiana is like a LT Fort, or Eric Kendricks? LT Fort, dude. Why does that sound familiar? Watch it be probably a special teamer, right? Gotta be a special teamer. Ooh, all right. I think I should have a snap breakdown of him. So let's find this guy. Show me LJ Fort. Last played 2021. Was he a practice squad guy? 2021, maybe. There we go. All right, so didn't have like a ton of snaps over the course of his career. Last played meaningful football 2020. Yeah, he was a big time special teamer. So we're talking about is he like a good starting linebacker or is he a special teamer? Like Fisher, I think could be like a Nate Landman, who how do I say this? Who I didn't love in the draft process, thought, okay, this guy probably going to be a good special teamer. He'll hang around for a while because of that. Who's kind of turned into a solid starter. I know, didn't he get hurt in Thursday Night Football, unfortunately? But Landman's made some plays this year, and he was good for Atlanta the prior year. So I think I would go with that. Because Eric Kendrick had a streak where he was really good. I don't see that for Fisher. Do you think Carson Beck can work his way back in? No, I don't see Carson Beck being a first round quarterback or a top 50 quarterback. I think he may be a high end backup or a starter with limited tools. That's where I'm at with him. Do you think P. Rich will pick off Sand at least once tonight? I don't know. Maybe. Who ruins week 1? Nate Lamb. Does he? Oh, I will say this, Jason Ridley. Jalen Husky is on my watch list for safeties before I do my midseason rankings. Like, I'm trying to go back through and just give a general watch of the guys that I watch over summer. Really just big matchups if they've played any. But I'm really trying to focus on, okay, these guys have at least performed analytically, or I've seen people talk about. Let me watch these guys and come up with some projections with them. Like you're going to see some new names when I do my rankings. Because also I'm going to label some guys as returning, maybe because they haven't played well this year. All right, we're going to have kickoff coming up. Remember, guys, we're doing this for charity. Oh my gosh. What are words? What is the English language? We're doing it for charity today. The American Heart Association, near and dear to my heart, no pun intended. My buddies, they're raising money because this is something that affected them personally, and they are my good friends. And I'm like, yes, I got you. I will help raise money for your cause. So if you want to help donate, help be a part of the solution, then check out the link in it's pinned in the chat. You could always go into the description of the live stream because there's also a link there that if you want to get a shirt, all money will go to the proceeds regardless. So you could get a shirt, long sleeve, short sleeve. If you're on X right now, I made it a comment in the chat, or it's a comment on the post, on the stream, whatever it is on X. Check that out. So please, your donations are much appreciated. Much obliged. Altmaier is not Graham Mertz. Altmaier is much better player. I mean, maybe in college, but even Mertz, he was pretty solid for Florida. Not in his final year where he was banged up, but the year prior. When it comes to their NFL projection, maybe they're okay backups in the NFL. I think that's the ceiling. That was the ceiling for Mertz, and I think that's the ceiling for Altmaier. Sorry, not sorry. That's just how I see it. What are your thoughts on the DB from Iowa State? Do you think he's a certified round 2 or round 3? So I think, Jeremiah Cooper, I think, is coming back. He can redshirt this year because he got hurt in practice. He's only played 4 games. This is his first year playing on the outside. He was normally in the slot or a safety. So I think he returns. If you're talking about Jontez Williams, he's got another year of eligibility. He tore his ACL last week. I think they're both returning. I watched Cooper. I haven't watched much of him this year at corner, but I've seen his slot and his safety tape. But since he got hurt, I feel like he's coming back, so I'm just going to put him on the back burner. Same with Williams. So, yeah. You really thought Boise and Notre Dame would be a lot closer? Nah, Notre Dame needs some style points. They need some style points. If they're going to go, like 10-2 could make it. But with no conference, like competing for no conference title, I think you kind of got to win and win pretty. Because people are going to look and be like, well, you lost the 2 hardest games on your schedule. So I think you need to win with style points in a few of these games. But yes, you also have to win out. That's kind of a big deal. But you have to in style. The most bull penalty has happened in the Houston Texas A&M game. Well, that's rough. Still just letting you know I was not correcting you. I comment relevant when I meant to say, oh, okay. You're good. I don't know. I'm just screwing around, dude. Don't take me serious in some regards. If you want to see my weakness, Jason, if you want to see what weaknesses I think Mansour Delane has, he was a corner in my preseason rankings. I have a video on that. He's going to be on my midseason rankings, which should be out in maybe in a week or so. You could check those out. When it comes to Eric McAllister, I talked about him on the stock report a couple of weeks ago when he had the big game. If you want to hear my thoughts on him, go check that out. If you want to know what I think about prospects, watch my videos. All right, here comes Seminoles. Oh, nah, dude. All about the U tonight, baby. Let's go. How many receptions did Graham Mertz have? Why does that matter? He's a freaking quarterback. I don't care how many receptions he has. You do know where Pons is from. I know. Well, I could look it up in my draft guide, which is available. Pons is a 3-star recruit from the 2023 recruiting class. Went to, oh my gosh, Caminad Madonna High School in Hollywood, Florida. He also participated in track and field, capturing the Florida 1A state titles in the 100 and 200 meter dashes and the 4x400 relay. So there you go. By the way, if you haven't hit the like button, hit that stupid thumbs up. If you're on the X, hit the heart. Complete that heart with me. Much appreciated, much obliged. If you want, you can share it, repost it. Help a brother out. Interceptions, not receptions with Mertz. Do you think Florida State's being called the Seminoles is racist? No, I don't think so. Then it's like, okay, then get rid of the fighting Irish. Get rid of what? The fighting Illini. Get rid of the Aztecs. Get rid of, I'm sure there's others out there. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's like at that point, it's like, okay, you can have anything of culture. Here come the Hurricanes, baby. In all white. They're going to be represented by the white cowbell tonight. Like, at least I kind of got like why Washington changed from the Redskins. Kind of made sense to me. While at the same time, then you hear it from like some tribes are like, nah, we were actually super chill with that. They were actually using a very popular chief of ours as the logo. And so I was kind of like, okay, well, I don't know. Maybe everyone should just quit being offended by culture. I don't know, dude. I could care less. I could care less. One time I saw something funny on Instagram that half the NFL could start in the NBA. Oh, I saw that conversation. I don't really want to have that conversation. Are you going to be biased tonight? No, I'm just going to, what's the word? I'm not going to be biased, but I am going to be rooting for my Hurricanes. But I mean, hey, if I see someone who's like, you know what? Yeah, that should be a completion. You know, I'll be honest about things. Shall James Franklin and Bill Belichick be fired? Bill Belichick, they're kind of invested financially. I don't think they can fire him. And then James Franklin, I don't know, man. That's so weird because it's like he's a good head coach that just can't get Penn State over the hump into an actual national championship contender. It's kind of weird. Cali Eagles fan, the U, baby. Darn right, the U. Not a chance that Illinois gets fighting Illini. I don't know. I don't know what that meant. I lost my mouse for a sec. Do you consider yourself woke? No. MSU fan, can we not talk politics here, dude? Like straight up? Can we just talk sports? Football, foosball, this sport we love. What's your favorite offense and defense in football, Broshmo? What do you mean by that? I'm kind of like, in terms of watching, in terms of like schematically. All right, here we go. They're throwing down the flaming spear. Let's go. Where does South Florida and Memphis play each other? I think South Florida, because Memphis has its tougher matchups in conference at home. So Tulane's going to be playing at Memphis. South Florida is going to be playing at Memphis. I got you, Nintendo Mike. He can recruit, but at what point do you feel you aren't getting enough juice from the squeeze? Cali Eagles. I feel like you could almost say the same thing about Mario Cristobal in Miami. I mean, we'll see this year because this feels like I mean, last year did too, but this feels like a legitimate playoff push. The difference is last year's defense was atrocious. This year, phenomenal. Florida State will start with the football. Dude, is like my battery dead on my mouse? Maybe not. I don't know. What group of 5 team makes the playoff? I feel like I'm leaning Memphis. What are your favorite schemes? Okay, I like this question. All right, we're gonna get a touchback. Florida State starts with a football. If you, on a side note, if you bet Kent State, plus 46.5, you hit. Okay, yeah, my battery is dying for my mouse. Let me change this real quick, but I got an answer for you, Jason. All right, 1st and 10. Castellanos is going to hand this sucker off. Good gain. About a 7-yard pickup for Florida State. It's going to be, oh, shucks, I lost my mouse. It's going to be 2nd and 3. Did they blow the play dead early or was it just a stop? Okay, it was a stop. So nice nice stop on the run. It's going to be 3rd and 2 for Florida State. Here comes 3rd and 2. Interesting backfield setup. Fake the handoff. Going deep, wide open, running back down, past the Miami 40, and he slips. Dude, that design, wild. Yeah, Miami got mixed up in coverage there. Woof, woof, woof. All right, it's 1st and 10 for Florida State. They're at the Miami 39. Side note, let's start with defense, Jason. I like Mike McDaniel. I like Mike McDonald's quarters heavy defense. I wish there was a little more blitz in it. Oh, Castellanos out across the 30 down to about the 25. Florida State's rolling. They're down to the Miami 24. If there was like, because like with Mike McDonald, I like that they're blitz heavy on 3rd and longs, so it's very situational. But I mean, I'm a sucker for quarters, man. I'm a sucker for quarters when it's not like a Vic Fangio bend don't break. All right, fake the handoff. It's a toss back to 19, who's out across the 20. And that's Makai Danzy. Offensively, that's I don't know, man. I guess I'm just a sucker for like probably a sucker for Sean McVay. I mean, dude, he initially had this wide zone blocking scheme that he started adapted more gap concepts. Are we getting a timeout? Yep. Florida State early timeout, 2nd and 6 remains. But yeah, he goes from this wide zone, adopts more of a gap blocking scheme just because, hey man, I got some big boys instead of like spreading this game or like spreading this run scheme horizontally. Let's start running this sucker upfield. But he maintains the motion. He keeps this whole idea of, hey, I'm going to show you similar formations with similar motion, and I'm going to run like 4 to 5 different plays from this. You're not going to know if it's a pass or a run. You're not going to know what concept it is because we run like we just show the defense so many similar looks. But you're going to feel uneasy because you just know a variety of different things can come from this one look. So that's my answer. That's what I would say. All right, we're going to get a handoff here. And that's Saw Chuck. Good pickup. It's 3rd and 1. They're running down to the line. Quick. And it's going to be a toss and easy first inside the 10, probably down at about the 9. Can't believe Ohio State lost, Jason. Dude, they were down both their starting corners. It's just what happens, bro. Just what happens. No Vic Fangio slander. There is no slander. Like he's literally been the only one that really has mastered his defense, and he's been unable to have any disciples go out there and have success with it. Is the wild thing. Excuse me. Maybe Vance Joseph might be the one exception to that. I believe Joseph was under the Fangio coaching tree, right? Oh. Let's see. No, I guess he never played. Okay, I thought he coached with Vic Fangio. Guess that's on me. All right, nice stop on 3rd and goal. Let's go. Could we see a group of 5 make a run in a year or two in the college football playoff? I have my doubts, but never say never. And they get the field goal. Florida State strikes first, but we hold them to 3. And they really just like marched down the field on us too. So good stand there. So Christian Parker maybe could be a good player coming from that tree. That would be awesome. I haven't watched any Jamel Johnson. I'm unaware of him, so I couldn't really tell you, Jason. Do you have yeah, no, I'm Miami. Well, Miami. I was originally a Florida Marlins fan. That was the last time I feel like my Miami teams have been really good. Because wasn't it 2023 or maybe it was 2022 that the Marlins won the World Series back with like Dontrell Willis and was it Andy Beckett? Oh no, now I'm blanking. Josh Beckett? I think it was Josh Beckett. I don't know. But that same year was when I think the Hurricanes lost to Ohio State in the national championship. And since then, both those teams have been some of the most irrelevant teams in the world. I'm not from Florida. I was born in Key West, Florida. Was there for 2 months, and I've never been back to Florida. So no, I'm not from Miami. I'm not from Florida. I was born from Florida, and spent 2 years there. So who am I taking the Red River? Oklahoma, baby. I did not get my fandom from my dad because he's born and raised in New Orleans, and him and his family are big Saints fans. So nope, not from my daddy. Matter of fact, my first memory of being a Dolphins fan was my dad got me a checkered board set with Bills and Dolphins helmets. And he did that because I apparently said I was a Dolphins fan. Could have been because I think the same time I was a big fan of Ace Ventura, Pet Detective. And that's where like Dan Marino and the Dolphins were in there. So I think maybe that's where my fandom was. I don't know. I think Memphis and Florida State could be a good round one matchup. Maybe. I don't know. I feel like Memphis could get outclassed by these like top 15 teams potentially. But again, never say never. Every dog has their day. I mean, Navy's undefeated. If they win the American, they will make the college football playoff. Unless you get like undefeated UNLV up in there. All right, touchback. Miami's going to get it at their own 25. How old were you when you would say you started falling in love with the draft? Ooh, that's actually a really good question. Probably the real early 2000s. Like I remember, was the Ricky Williams trade or the Ricky Williams like draft like was that like 1998? Oh my goodness. No, it was 1999. Okay, so I remember that, and I was like, "Oh, that's so cool! This draft is so cool and excited." And like, I dug it early on with Mel Kiper and stuff. It was for me, it was like such a cool spectacle, and it gave me like these college players I loved watching, gave me guys to root on in the NFL. And then Todd McShay, I think, joined in around 2005 or 2006. And I really just loved how he covered the draft. And it made me just like, oh, I want to do this when I grow up. All right, we got 2nd and 7. Handoff Fletcher. Gets to about the 30. It's going to set up a 3rd and 5. Hey, Kyle, hope you're doing well as well. Ronnie Brown draft. Wasn't that 2000 and... Was it 3 or 6? I know we made the playoffs in 2008 with Ricky Williams and Ronnie Brown. No, 2005. I was close. Oh, dumped off. I think that's Tooney. First down. Let's go. What did you miss? Florida State kicked a field goal. And we're going to hand it off again to Fletcher for about 2 yards. 2nd and 8. Who is the most underrated Miami prospect? I mean, there's a couple of guys I want to go watch for Miami, mainly some guys on the offensive line, like Cooper. I heard Markel Bell is really good. He's got impressive size. There's the center there. Was it like Brockmeyer or something? Originally from TCU. I think before that he was from Alabama. Oh, we got multiple motion going on. Miami doesn't know what they're doing. And we're just going to fake the handoff. Here comes the pressure. He's throwing deep to Tooney. Oh, Tooney almost comes up with the diving catch. That was good coverage. Basically keep an eye on the O-line. Yeah. I do want to watch Wesley. What is it? Wesley. Who's the linebacker? Oh my gosh, I'm blanking. Not Mohamed Toure. Though Mohamed Toure, kind of nice. Wesley Biz Saint. All right. Here we go. 3rd and 8. Dropping back pressure. He's really throwing this away. Looks like there was some miscommunication as CJ Daniels stopped early for the first. May have been an option route. So it looked like he was going to sit on his route. Maybe the pressure just made Beck throw it deep. So, yeah, close enough. Thanks. Ohio State has a slow offense. Yeah, they play the whole possession game. Oh, dude, I hate intentional grounding. Like these option routes, you're going to get called if you're not on the same page or if pressure's coming and you're just like, oh, crap, hope he's going with this. You're going to get called for intentional grounding when it's just like it's an option route. And they weren't on the same page. Do I think Downs also plays like Minka Fitzpatrick? Nope, I don't. Whoop. Upsets are nice in college football. Dude, I love them. And now we're living in a time where like the amount of teams that you think can win a national championship is a lot deeper than it was just a few years ago. It's exciting times we are in with college football. The transfer portals become almost as significant as recruiting. Almost. It's a fun time we are in. I think Indiana Navy would be a good home and home. Maybe, I guess. I don't know. Can Illinois win it all? I think they could be a playoff team. I don't think they're a legitimate national championship contender. Yeah, no, I think things are coming together to a degree when it comes to the college football playoff, the transfer portal. So we'll see. This year, college football moved to 12 teams in the playoff. Well, last year it did. We had a 12-team playoff last year. How's college football more explosive than the NFL? Because the NFL is more disciplined. You're watching a cleaner product when it comes to the NFL compared to college football. I'm going to have to get more of that H2O. All right, here comes 1st and 10 from the 20 for Florida State. Castellanos going nowhere. I guess that was a designed run, but Messidor gets him behind the line of scrimmage. Loss of 5. All right, you got a handoff here. Oh, big run for a first down. Oh, man. Miami got to get it together. That's Sawchuk. Where did John Elway and Dan Marino go to college? You could Google that. John Elway was Stanford and Dan Marino was Pittsburgh. Minnesota's leading Ohio State. Woohoo. What do you think Jalen Waddle's ceiling is? Dude, if he could not have to, if he doesn't visit the medical tent every game, he could probably be a low end wide receiver 1. I don't know if he could ever be the guy. That's the problem. But he's a really good wide receiver. I don't know. I think he's yet to prove that he could be the guy. Like he can be your without a shadow of a doubt number 1 wide receiver. Which college football QB is looking to be like a franchise quarterback for the next draft? Check out any of my stock reports. I talk about those. Red, Morgan, and Bama. I've heard of. Have I? I don't know if I have. My Raiders need a quarterback next draft that is better than Geno. I'm not liking Geno Smith's picks. Yeah. Geno's been too gun-ho downfield, man. Kirito shouting out Texas Tech football. I guess that means we should do a Scudbird. All right. So Arizona won. They beat Oklahoma State. That wasn't in doubt. ODU's up 41-0 on Coastal Carolina. Texas Tech, they're up 15-3. Let's go. On Houston, UNLV's up 17-3 on Wyoming. Was it? I think UNLV was like plus 10 and minus 10.5. Like it was like something that I was contemplating taking them for the night. Troy's up 14-7 on South Alabama. Florida Atlantic is up 17-7 on Rice. Minnesota's up 3-0 on Ohio State, but hey, I'm just saying, Ohio State, they're slow and going. They're a slow burn. They're a slow burn. Mississippi State's up 3-0 on Texas A&M. Central Florida, they're up 14-0 right out the bat on Kansas. Memphis, they're going to go up 7-0 on Tulsa. Hey, Texas Tech just scored another tutty. Congratulations, 22-3. You have to watch this game for Jacob Rodriguez. Dude, okay. I don't know about reincarnation of Luke Kuechly, but like, yeah, Jacob Rodriguez, like a guy that was recruited as a former quarterback at Virginia, by the way. Hey, Lee Corso getting honored. Look at that. I like it. But yeah, no, that guy's everywhere for that Texas Tech. That Texas Tech defense is insane. This week, I'm going to watch one of their corners. I think it's Pollock, Bryce Pollock. Let me see. Bryce Pollock. Yeah, I'm going to be watching him this week for my midseason corner rankings. Why can't teams tackle JJ Smith? Because he's the best player in college football. All right, good stop on Castellanos. It's going to lead to a 3rd and 5. Come on, Miami. Big stop, baby. Big stop. And, it's a trick play. And Castellanos going downfield. Oh, that would have been a tough catch for Randy Pittman. Randy Pittman, that's a thick boy, dude. Might be a guy in next year's draft. He had a big game against Virginia last week. All right, good stop. I imagine Jeremiah Smith's middle name does start with the J. And we're going to get a fair catch at the Miami 21. I'm going to be watching Jermaine Matthews this week. I don't have a full eval on him yet. All right, Miami. Let's pick it up on offense. Commercial break means I get to fill up my water because I am quite parched. All right, we're going to do a quick out to Tooney. Picks up maybe 3 to 4 yards. It's going to be 2nd and officially 7. Do you search up all 22 online or on YouTube, Broshmo? No, I have. So what I use for all 22, I don't know if I could really show it, but I'll try. All right, let me pull this to a different screen. And I'll give y'all a little taste. Oh, big run by Mark Fletcher. Let's go. All right, so what I watch all 22 on, actually, it's not on the screen. If I do this, is it on the screen? Okay. So it's like a whole database. I pay for this, by the way. I pay a lot of money for this. It's a whole database where I could like just type in the team, say I want to watch Ohio State. Oh, what? Long catch. Who is that? CJ Daniels. There's a flag. Golly. I put Ohio Bobcats. Ohio State. Click that. I want to watch a certain player. Let's say I want to watch Jeremiah Smith. That I got all I think you could see it over here. I got all his snaps. I could watch all his snaps. I could watch all his routes. I could watch all his targets, all his receptions, and it's likewise for every position. So I kind of pay a good grip of money, a decent chunk for my all 22 system. So all right, 1st and 10, penalty didn't matter. Love to see it. All right, we got a handoff for Fletcher. Nice pickup, about 6 yards there. I like the Night in the Museum reference, Greg. All right. So Jason, Kirito says very hard to find all 22 online. It is. What caddy cut ups on Patreon? I mean, I used to use that, but no, that's not what I use. But if you're looking to watch all 22 for cheap, that's a good place to do it. If you want to spend a little extra, you could do Coach Voss on Patreon, but yeah, no. What I got, I guess you kind of got to be in the know in the industry. Like I got hooked up from a buddy inside the industry, and now watching all 22 is easy. Is the easiest it's ever been for me. It's beautiful. All right, 3rd and 1. Got CJ Daniels in motion. It's going to be a handoff to Fletcher. Oh, he's going to be stopped short. Dang. Do you prefer the college PI rules? Yes, 100%. I think NFL rules are not only is it geared more towards like it's hard to even blow. It's hard to breathe on a stinking receiver and not get flagged for it. If it was a 15-yard penalty, automatic 1st down, then it's like, okay, it's more strategic if you're a corner and you're going to get beat. All right, we're going for it. Side note, we're going for it. Handoff Fletcher. I think he gets it. Yeah, he got across. Yeah, it's enough. Vach Lombardi. Yeah, I've heard. I subscribe to him. Isn't he a Cowboys fan, right? I don't know if I feel like I've actually talked to him, and that's why. Maybe I haven't. I don't know. Yeah, and underthrows get rewarded. Does Alex have PFF? Not ultimate. No. Dude, good luck trying to get PFF ultimate. That's the holy grail. And if you could get that, then it's amazing. Oh, tight throw gets it to Bowman. It's going to be 2nd and goal inside the 5. Do I have ranks for kickers? Yes, but it's only based on analytics. I don't have an eye for kickers. I don't get the technique or anything. I never played soccer. I'm not going to pretend like I have any inside know-how when it comes to evaluating punters or kickers. So all my rankings with punters and kickers, it's all based on analytics. All right, 2nd and goal. Fake handoff. Let's go. CJ Daniels, touchdown, baby. I like how you even gatekeep who gave it to you. Well, that's the thing. I was specifically told not to share where I got it, so I wouldn't get anybody in trouble. And so I wouldn't get it taken away from us. That's the thing. It's so all 22 is so gate kept. You can't you can't show it on YouTube, which is stupid unless you don't monetize the video. Which at that point, why have a channel if it can't make you money? Like that's just tough. Unless you're already established and you have reliable sponsors. I don't. I have good sponsors, but a lot of it relies on a lot right now. The channel and its success relies on Google AdSense. So tough sauce. To stay on topic with the all 22 discussion, Kirito, it was a specific content creator on YouTube who I was at Mobile last year, and he was like, "Hey, if you want to get in on this, it's been my saving grace. It's so easy to filter through film." So he hooked me up with that. Like, hey, dude, I hate how gate kept it is, but I'm not trying to get anybody in trouble, especially since they're helping me out. It literally helps. It helps abbreviate my watching process. It streamlines it so much now that I can filter. It's so easy to find film and actually watch and go through it much quicker. So yeah, dude, Kirito, I hate it too. I hate it too. But dude, me just showing it a little bit of that on YouTube has my butt full pucker. All right. Seminoles are going to get it at the 25. Their own 25, of course. There's flags everywhere. Feels like a false start. MSU fan. I don't know if you can sponsor I don't know. I don't know MSU fan. I'm not an ad agency. I couldn't tell you how to do it. All right. Is South Carolina overrated? No, I think they're a tier 2 SEC team. All right, they're going to kick it out to the running back who maybe gets a yard or two. Oh, Kirito, I wish that was PFF Ultimate. You have no idea how easy it is to watch film with PFF Ultimate. Like just hearing from like Trev and like Brett Coleman, just how easy is it, and even Todd McShay, how easy it is to filter through everything and to watch some like specific situations and whatnot. Oh, Castellanos trying to run and we get him. Let's go. It's going to be a 3rd and long, 3rd and 10 probably. And that will be the first quarter. Like if you like, I love what I'm using right now because it's so easy to watch film, and knowing that there's something out there better, easier to filter through. It's just insane. But I mean, they make so much money from selling this stuff on top of like even more advanced analytics that you can't even get on PFF Premium. Nah, I don't have PFF. PFF Ultimate is like a whole nother level. It's like PFF, but it's not as streamlined. All right. All right. I'll be back. I'm going to go fill up my water. While we're at commercial break, let's do a quick scuttlebutt. All right. Okay, I'm just going to hit the refresh button. Oh, delicious. Oh, man. I didn't even realize. I thought ODU and Coastal Carolina were in the fourth. They're only midway through the third, and ODU's up 41-0. Excuse me, 44-0. Texas Tech's up 22-3 on Houston. UNLV's up 17-3 on Wyoming. Troy is up 14-7 on South Alabama. Florida Atlantic, they're up 17-7 on Rice. Just like that, Ohio State is up 14-3 on Minnesota. Yo, don't sleep. Like, Minnesota's got a halfway decent team. They're always a solid squad, but they're forever stuck in like that tier 3 of teams in the Big Ten. Looks like A&M's about to tie the ball game up at 3 apiece. Colorado's up 7-0 on TCU. Oh, no. Oh, that's why I didn't take TCU minus 13.5. Central Florida or UCF, they're up 17-7 on Kansas. Memphis is still up 7-0 on Tulsa. Did you see that horrendous roughing the passer call earlier? Not specifically. I don't know which game you might be referencing. Hello. All right, 30-11. Can we get the stop? Gojo thinks so. Castellanos dropping back, and oh, that's right at the first down. Pittman. I think Pittman may have got it, though. You're going to go pick up the kids?
Yeah.
Went to go drop your stuff off here?
What?
Came here to drop your stuff off? Your stuff off? How was it? Okay, cool. Yeah, Gojo says Mama's home. Yeah, he does. All right, they gave him the first down. That's fair. It was close.
I had like nothing behind me. I love you too.
Oh, man. Gojo loves to talk. It's so wild that he sounds more like a husky than our actual full-blooded husky. All right, man in motion. We're going to get a fake handoff. Here comes the pressure. It's a screen. And we read it, but it's dropped. Honestly, probably best case scenario. That play was broken. It would have led to like a 3-4 yard loss. So 3rd and 10 for Florida State. Do you ever take afternoon naps? No, I'm a father of 3. Unfortunately, I don't get those midday naps anymore. What is Gojo? He is half husky, half Australian shepherd or Australian kelpie. It's kind of like a dingo. Oh my gosh, what a terror. Ruben Bain trying to time the snap, and he gets like 3 yards behind the line. Offside. Now it's going to set up to a 3rd and 5. 3rd and very manageable. Being a dad is a very important job. Some would say the most important job. For a man, at least. Like, obviously being a mother, very important too. Do you have a favorite rapper? I kind of mentioned it earlier. I loved Lupe Fiasco. I'll go through some of my favorites in a second. And Castellanos gets it to Deuce Robinson for a first down. Crosses midfield close to the Miami 40. Dang. Pros and cons about Drake Lindsay. I haven't watched enough of him, but he looks like a solid quarterback for Minnesota. Who takes care of the kids more, you or your wife? I think both of us equally. All right, little running back draw. Gets maybe a yard. It's gonna be 2nd and 9. You cannot tell me Houston has a better defense than Utah. I wouldn't say that, but Houston's got a good defense. All right, 2nd and 9. We'll get back to my favorite rappers in a sec. All right, we got a wide receiver sweep that's so lucky just to lose 2 yards. All right, Castellanos is going to try to run for it, and he is tackled. Mesidor, nice stop. It's going to be 4th and 8. Early 2000s, right? AKA the worst era of music. I don't believe it's the worst era. Have you heard the music now? At least when it comes to rap. I think all the rap kind of nowadays, it's kind of lackluster. Kind of sucks. A lot of people like Kendrick. I'm not like the biggest Kendrick guy. And I think lyrically he's fantastic. I don't know, man. It's just his sound to me. I don't like how he sounds. I think lyrically he's really good though. I don't know. Maybe I'll come around to Kendrick one day. When will Army stop playing the triple option? Never. All right. So some of my favorite rappers, right? I love Lupe Fiasco. B.O.B. was really good before he went crazy. Low key, Chameleonaire was awesome. Like a very like smooth rapper. Like he's all vibes, all vibes. I'm not saying lyrically he's amazing. Vibes, loved it. Let's see. Nas, I love Nas. Like kind of my first introduction to Nas, because I didn't really listen to his early stuff, was like Hip Hop Is Dead. But then I really got into like what was it? Either, and some of his other like stuff back in the day. I think NF is actually really good. I think some of his songs sound really similar though, so then it's like, but I think he's a really good rapper. I used to like Styles P and Joel Santana back in the day. Kind of is what it is. I don't know if you have never heard of Lupe Fiasco, bro. Oh, who did Alphabet Slaughter? That wasn't Cassidy? Was it Cassidy? No, Papoose. He did Alphabet Slaughter. Low key, he might not have a lot of bangers. Mims has some good songs. I liked Mims. And I'm not talking about This Is Why I'm Hot. Common. Honestly, anyone from like Wu-Tang Clan, Tribe, they're all really good. Not necessarily my cup of tea, but lyrically they were really good. Yeah, Lupe Fiasco did Kick, Push, and Show Goes On. I mean, those were some of his mainstream songs, though. I think, like, if you listen specifically the albums, amazing. Like, low key, and I think this is his most. He doesn't like this album, Lasers. That's one of my favorite albums. Ludacris is like a hype rapper. He's got like some bangers, but like honestly, like my favorite song by him is I think Runaway Love. All right, Nintendo Mike, you be easy, buddy. You want to talk about just great artists in general? Are they going for it on 4th and 8? Hold on. They're going for it on 4th and 8. Oh, they do go for it. Snap doesn't look like he was ready. He's going downfield and it's intercepted. Let's get the kazoo out. It's being returned out across midfield, down at about the 43 of Florida State. Doesn't look like he was ready for the snap. Oh, I think we have another ill-timed clap by the quarterback where the center thought was like, okay, he clapped. I'm going to send this sucker. Neo, Craig David, when it comes to R&B, legendary. I love those guys. I think they're amazing. Jagged Edge. It's getting me all hot now. Boys to Men. I love it. Flea Flicker. Back going deep. That sucker's floating, but he's got Tootie touchdown. Let's go. I love it. After you get a big play, after you get a big turnover, attack deep. I love it. I think that was Earl Little who just bit a little too deep. Huh?
Pizza.
Yeah. Well, I had no breakfast.
I was about to ask Taco Bell.
Well, there's 4 slices left, so like I figure if they don't eat there, there's some for them and you. I'm sorry, I was hungry.
No, it's good. Yeah.
You see this guy?
I do.
He's like a statue. Oh shucks! I got a Dos Equis ad playing. I got to scroll down, or somebody hit with the band hammer. All right, I'll see you in a little bit. Kirito, I think you said something about rock earlier. No, I'm not gonna hit a band hammer on Florida State fan. All right, so I do like rock. I've kind of brought in my genres over the years. I dabbled in a little country. I think it's the perfect driving music. Ironically, there's some there's some country songs that get that hype me up. Like if you want to listen to some of my pre-workout, at least back in the day, Girl Crush and then Titanium. Wild songs to actually get you hyped for a workout. Kirito, dude. I mean, I used to love like System of a Down back in the day, Newfound Glory, some 41, Blink 182. Bring like in recent years, Seether, Breaking Benjamin, Stained, Three Doors Down. I actually had a karaoke song I did for Three Doors Down. Just kind of wild. I love, oh my gosh, why am I blanking? Oh, they used to do Pearl Jam cover. Oh my gosh, why am I blanking on Shinedown? I love Shinedown. One of my favorite bands of all time. I love Shinedown. Alice in Chains is really good. I don't know if I listen to like More recent rock? I don't know if recent rock exists. You're all good, bro. Country music is perfect drive music. That is the perfect way to put it. Yeah. You know what my October anthem is? And I don't know why, but to me, when October's here, I have to listen to this song. Chameleonaire Creepin' Solo remix, where it's got The Game and Ludacris on it. I don't know why that song gets me like, oh, it's October. The weather's getting cold. This is the song I play. Do you think Beck would be a good fit for the Steelers? No. Well, Arthur Smith's a guy that likes to test downfield. And he likes to play with the play action. And I don't necessarily think Carson Beck is necessarily the guy. You want a guy with a little bit of a bigger arm. Yeah, I saw Lincoln Park. I haven't listened to anything recently from Lincoln Park, but like back when they had Chester, like, dude, I loved Lincoln Park. Mike, was it Mike Shinoda or Shinoda? I don't remember what the rapper's name from Lincoln Park, but when he went out for and did stuff with Fort Minor, which was under Jay-Z, he was pretty good there. What team should draft Altmaier? I don't know, dude. There's a handful of teams that could use a developmental backup quarterback. Is Malachi Tony going to be just like Kadarius Toney? No, it looks like he's got better hands. Let's go, Miami. Doing it big. Remember, guys, we're doing it for charity tonight. If you want to give to the American Heart Association, link is in the description. It's the pinned comment in the chat. If you're on the YouTube, if you are on the X, it's the comment in the stream. It is my pinned tweet on my profile. Quick little screen out to the running back, I believe there, right? Chroma picking up the first. They're down to 38. Can we talk about Drew Aller? I'd prefer not to. And Chroma's, okay. They said he was short of the first down, so he's going to get it with this 4-yard pickup. There's not much to talk about with Drew Aller, man. He's just not a first-round quarterback. He checks a lot of boxes. He looks like a first-round quarterback. He does not play like a first-round quarterback. Do you see any safety prospects that remind you of Javon Holland? Huh. Oh, that's a horse collar. There's the flag. That's a horse collar. They go with like kind of a shovel pass. Bain pulled him down, horse collar. Dang. Texas Tech has a really bad habit of allowing long touchdowns. If I was gonna say again, I still have to watch the safety class back. Kamari Ramsey, I guess, kind of gives me Javon Holland vibes. Might be a bit of a stretch, but I mean that's kind of the first name that comes to mind. Okay, 1st and 10 for the Seminoles. They're at the Miami 47. Pittman coming back. It's going to be the blocker as Chroma. Nice pickup there. 4 yards. Going to set up 2nd and 6. And we got Costello, man, being rushed, and he just breaks it for a nice 6-yard gain. First down is what it is. Do you think Cal is from Jason? Do you think Cal will compete for the AAC this year or next year? Probably not, because they're in the ACC. You probably meant the ACC. I don't know. I think that's asking a lot for a team that doesn't really bring in a lot of talent. Though it looks like they got a really good quarterback there who's a freshman. And penalties on Florida State. All right. 15-yard penalty, unnecessary roughness on Florida State, shooting themselves in the foot. Let's go. Do you think the Bengals are going to trade for a backup quarterback? No, it sounds like they're okay with Brown in for now. Does that change before the trade deadline? It could. Jameis Winston would be fun to watch. I would say that. Saints are absolutely terrible. Dude, I don't even think they're the worst team in the NFL. All right, they're going to run this one on 1st and 25, pick up maybe a yard. That's Sawchuk. Dude, the Saints have been really competitive, and they've been covering. Aside from that 1 week they got blown out, but I mean they got in a hole so early against Seattle, it just didn't matter. All right, it's gonna be a quick screen for Florida State that picks up maybe 3. Little bubble screen. So it's gonna be 3rd and 21. Woof. I don't think Jalen Hurts is how's he a complete laughing stock? Jalen Hurts is a top 10 to 12 quarterback and has a Super Bowl. I don't really get that comment. All right, Costello looks like he's going to try to run it. Oh, and he gets hit hard. And it's going to be 4th and long. Here comes the punting unit. Good stop by the Canes. All right. Was that Brandon? Yeah, Brandon says Bengals realize they have no playoff chances, so might as well get a high draft pick for their O-line. Yeah, but they need interior O-line. I mean, yeah, technically you could probably bring in competition for one of the tackle spots, but it's really that interior that's terrible. So it might be better being in the back half of the first round if you're going to go with an interior offensive lineman. Jalen Hurts falls into the winners category of quarterbacks. Well, dude, Jalen Hurts, he'll step up in big moments, though. Like, I would argue Hurts is I would say he's a top 10 quarterback in the NFL. Absolutely top 12. I am curious if I start naming guys off, would he fall into the top 10, though? Yeah, that's true, Brandon. That's true. High draft pick means also a high draft pick in the 2nd and 3rd. How does Jamar Chase suck? Are you just looking at box scores, dude? Because he's still killing it on the field. Is Carnell Tate a surefire early to mid day 2 guy? I think he's a top 50 player with first round, a chance to go in the first round. Crazy fact: Stroud's pressure rate is the lowest it's been the last 3 years, including his rookie year. Like self-imposed pressure? Because that's interesting. UCF has a tackle that's 6'10". That's kind of nuts. Is it Florida Atlantic that has like the 6'7" head coach? That's kind of wild too. All right. Okay, Mike. You're speaking from fantasy. Fantasy is not real life. That's not reality. Ed Ingram's the highest rated guard on PFF. How many games is that though? I'm kind of curious. To be fair, I mean, what they've shuffled their line the last couple of weeks to kind of like find a starting unit or starting rotation that works. All right, Miami's got the football back at their own 14. Handoff to Lau, who maybe loses a yard. Jeez. Who comes back first, Tank Dell or Joe Mixon? I want to say Joe Mixon because I don't know if Tank Dell comes back this year. But it also looks like Joe Mixon might not come back this year either. Still need it. Mike, dude, fantasy football is way different than reality. If you're basing how good a player is based on fantasy football, then then you're just not watching the games. Fantasy football is not reality. And I mean, you could also argue as long as Jamar Chase still gets volume, there's value for him as a receiver, but without a good quarterback, I mean, he's not really ever going to be in scoring position. Oh man, goes from 3rd and 2 to 3rd and 7 after a false start. Come on. I retired from fantasy football this year. Half my team is out. Yeah. Injuries suck in fantasy football. I have no idea what happened in the Carson Beck's going to run for it. He's not going to make it. He's going to be like 3 yards short. We're going to punt. I don't know what specifically went down with Mark Sanchez. It came out that he got stabbed, and then it came out that he was being arrested at the hospital. So I haven't read specifically what happened. All right, here comes the punt. It looks like they're going to set him at midfield. So really good field position for Florida State. Well, Nintendo Mike, they can't really move on from Burrow from a contract standpoint. And I mean, when healthy, he is a top 5 quarterback in the NFL. It's just, yeah, injuries have kind of sucked. And to be fair, so is his offensive line. All right, we're going to get a handoff here. Oh, after a few missed. Oh, fumble. And Miami has the football. How do we force this fumble? Ooh, that was a good strip. Was that Wesley? No, that's Poiser. Poiser. But Wesley was in there on the recovery. Let's go. Yeah, Kirito, I saw that happen in the Kentucky game. Kentucky's surefire kicker coming up for like a 22, 29-yard field goal, and then he just hooked it left. All right, we're going to hand it off here. That's Lyle who picks up about 2. Who's the best offensive line prospect that you think should definitely be a guard in the NFL? So, like, a guy that's currently playing tackle that's going to be a guard, like Dunker Jennings, absolutely 100% is going to be a guard. Let me go look. We got 2nd and 8 for Miami. They're at their own 48. Beck's going to drop back. There is a flag. He gets it out to Tooney, who's out across the 40, the 30. Oh, he's down past the 20, the 10. And that's touchdown, but I think it's coming back. Guy playing guard or playing tackle. That should be a guard. Some people will say Caden Proctor. I don't think so. All right, illegal shift on the offense. Touchdown's coming back. Great play by Tooney, though. Tiernan, maybe, but I hate tall tackle or tall guards. He's 6'7", but he might not have, like, it's not like he's a crazy good athlete. Like, he's solid. Might have suboptimal length. Some people are talking about Xavier Chaplin. Just might not be a guy you want on an island. But again, 6'7", kind of makes my heart queasy. Like Brian Parker, he's 6'5", 300. I think 100% probably ends up being a guard, maybe even a center, depending on how you feel about tall centers. All right, we're going to get a screen. And that's Marion going for what? No, excuse me. That's Lofton. Going for about 5 yards. Who is your best pass rusher D tackle in the draft? Well, to find that out, you could either get the draft guide or you can wait till my defensive tackle rankings come out in the next few weeks. All right, here comes pressure. Beck gets it out, but he's hit as he throws, and it comes out like a lame duck, and it's 4th and 8. Good stop by the Seminoles. Brandon, I like this question. Are you excited about the new sponsor for the Senior Bowl? No longer Reese's. I think it's now Panini. I guess it's fine. I don't really. Jason asking about Boston College prospects. Let's see. So a lot of people like the tackle, Jude Bowery. I think he might end up being more of a guard, but I worry about the play strength. So maybe you could get him an outside zone blocking scheme because he's a really good athlete, but I worry about the play strength. I'm not nearly as high on him as some other people, but I haven't watched him back this year. So maybe that changes. I like their tight end, Jeremiah Franklin. I think he's relatively solid, but he's more like early to mid day 3 solid. I need to watch. What's his name? Lewis Bond. I really want to watch. So a lot of offensive prospects I want to watch for Boston College. It'll always be the Reese's Senior Bowl. No, well, this year it's Panini. I don't think they had free Reese's. Maybe they did at the game. I didn't stay for the game, but they didn't have it during the practices. All right, Castellanos throwing this one to the sideline, gets it. Almost another. It's still on the ground, but I think Florida State, I think Pittman got on top of it. Almost another fumble, and that would have been in the red zone. Or that would have put Miami in the red zone. A panini is a sandwich, I believe. And that was Deuce Robinson trying to fight for extra yardage and had the ball peanut punched loose. And handoff here to the tailback who picks up the first down. Is Panini a sports card brand? I thought it was like sandwiches. Oh, Blitz. Castellanos, man, got hammered from behind. Oh, he was lucky to get the ball out there. Jason, if you want to know who my best top guys are, just get the draft guide or wait for the videos to come out. Or watch my preseason videos or watch my stock report. Oh, it is a sandwich, but we're talking. Oh, so it's actually a sports card brand? Okay, I didn't know that. Kirito, I told you, I called it, bro. Billy Napier with his back against the wall, man. I'm not betting against that. I think we had our opportunity with Miami and LSU and even South Florida to bet against Florida. But now it's like, okay, he's still around and they have 3 losses. Yeah, I ain't betting against Florida. I don't want the Senior Bowl to be in a bigger stadium. I really liked how it was last year. Because it's just more intimate. You get a good view of the players on the field. You get to interact with just a lot of people. I wouldn't like it in a stadium where you have to travel more ground. I don't like that. I don't think James Franklin should be fired. I disagree with that. Well, I guess you were asking a question, not really making a statement. Like, how do you really upgrade from James Franklin? I mean, yeah, he can't win the big ones, so it's like, okay, do we try to find that guy that can win the big one? But at the same time, it's like grass is greener, grass always seems greener on the other side. If you make a move now, does it just hurt you? I don't know. It's kind of a tricky spot. Lagway does have first round talent in terms of tools. Got to see more consistency. Same thing with Lane Kiffin. Yeah, but the expectation's different at Ole Miss for Lane Kiffin compared to what it is at Penn State. Missouri, do they? Yeah, Missouri always has good backs. They did, dude. I love Ahmad Hardy. He made my watch list. Like I was looking for guys this summer and was like, oh man, this guy's transferring to Mizzou. He had a banger year at Louisiana Monroe, I think. So I put him on my watch list for 2027, and now he's just like killing it. No, I don't like. What's my favorite sandwich? I'm a sucker for a good Reuben. A spicy Italian's always good. That might be more of a sub though than a sandwich. I don't know. I'm a sucker for a good Reuben. That's kind of just one of my favorite sandwiches. I like good breakfast sandwiches too. Kirito. I haven't really. I've seen what people have posted on Twitter about Kyron Lacey. I haven't looked at it myself, so it's really hard to comment on it. Deuce Robinson getting the first down there puts him at the Florida State 31. Yeah, Kirito. Until I feel I haven't really looked up all the stuff on the Kyron Lacey thing, so it's kind of hard to speak about. But it does seem like it's a messed up situation that led to the downfall of a young man. Here comes the blitz, and he is sacked. Akeem Messidor, let's go. I've been waiting for this guy to break out for like 2 years. What is Castellanos? I have no opinions on Julian Sand. I haven't really watched him. It's a screen. Sawchuk, chunk of yards. Going to make it a very third and manageable. And they're up in tempo. You got 1:07 left on the clock. Dropping back, getting it out quick. Ball is tipped. It's 4th and 5. Oh yeah, Vandy didn't cover because of the late touchdown. Isn't that wild? Oh yeah, Vandy didn't end up not covering because of the late touchdown, and they didn't hit the over. That's what I thought the safe bet was, hitting the over, but guess it is what it is. And they're going to let it bounce. Oh, it's going to bounce inside the 10-yard line. I feel like Miami's going to maybe take this to halftime. I got a few parlays still alive, Kirito, but Michigan, Wisconsin kind of screwed my big parlay to start the day. Oh my gosh, Casey Concepcion walking that guy in the end zone. Oh yeah, Kirito. I got like a few Miami bets. I got a couple of like Miami, and I got a 4-lit here. I'll just read the bets that I have still alive. Let's see. Yep, we're going to take this sucker to half. All right, Kirito, my bets that are still alive for the day. I got a 4-leg parlay. Texas Tech minus 9.5. Mississippi State plus 17.5. Florida minus 2.5. And Nevada plus 14.5. That's a 4-legger. I have a 2-legger. That's Miami money line, Mississippi State plus 17.5. I have a bet by itself, Mississippi State plus 17.5. And then I have my last bet that's still live because it's a profit boost. I bet Florida, Miami up to minus 6.5. Looking good thus far. Do you think it would be a huge surprise if Oregon wins the Natty this year? No, I think they're one of the 3 or 4 best teams in college football right now. All right, let's switch this sucker over to the scoreboard. Can't believe this ODU game's still going. I was salty because I wanted Texas Tech minus 9.5, but I woke up this morning and my app took the option for it away. Just took 13.5 and moved on. I think they cover. Kirito, what app do you use? Because I just do FanDuel. I'm always taking odds that I like. if I'm like, that seems high, I'm just gonna take it a couple of points down. Or if it's like, oh, you can take this minus 8.5. I'm like, I'll just take it minus 9.5. Thank you very much. Or if I'm like, no, I think they can win by more than a touchdown, I'll go minus 6.5. Is there a Cameron Wake in next year's draft of edge rushers? Nah, I don't know what that necessarily means. Like a Canadian prospect? All right, I'm going to hit the restroom real quick and then we'll do a scoreboard. Actually, while I'm going to the bathroom, let me hype up the draft guide. If you want to know more about these prospects instead of asking me in the chat, a great way to support the channel and to keep up to date on these prospects is this.
We love the NFL draft, and now my draft guide is available for purchase. It comes with over 500 player backgrounds and close to 300 player evals. It updates throughout the whole draft cycle. So when I add a new eval or I change my rankings, you're going to be the first to know. It's going to have all the pro day and combine numbers along with analytics, and it's a Google spreadsheet for right now. So you have to include your email with the purchase, but we will be switching over to a website at the end of the year. And if you get it now, it's going to be cheaper now than it will be later. It's a great way to support the channel. And as always, much appreciated, much obliged.
Whoa. All right. Scoreboard time. Miami's up 14-3. I'm loving it. Old Dominion, they're up 47-7 on Coastal Carolina. At half, Texas Tech, they're up 25-11. What a score, by the way. What a score. UNLV is up 24-3 on Wyoming. I think that wasn't that like minus. Let's look at this real quick. Wyoming versus UNLV odds. Wasn't it just like under a touchdown? Should have been one worth betting. Yeah. UNLV was only minus 4.5. That one should have been more obvious to me. Oh, well. Troy, they're up 21-17 heading into the fourth quarter. Florida Atlantic, they're up 17-14 on Rice. Ohio State's up 21-3 on Minnesota. Texas A&M is up 7-3 on Mississippi State. Colorado, TCU are all tied up at half. UCF is up 20-14 on Kansas at half. Memphis, they're up 21-7 on Tulsa. Again, at half. Dang. UCLA is the first team since 1985 to be winless to knock off a top 25 team. That's wild. My gosh, dude. That second Dallas Wilson touchdown was insane. Can you take a look at my last message? Sure thing, Philip. What do you think about making the box yellow when you change an eval for like a couple of days? So we can see when you change something. Ooh. That's not a bad idea. I mean, to be fair, we're about to change over to a website. Not change over. The spreadsheet still will be available if you rather that than how it looks on the website. But yeah, I think that's a good consideration if I was going to stick with just the if I was going to stick with just the stinking what you call it. If I was going to stick with just the spreadsheet, yeah, I'd probably start doing that. But I think since we moved to a website, because a lot of how it looks on the website, it's going to be like exported from the spreadsheet. So I don't want to change too much of what I do on there. But yeah, that's not a bad idea. What does Justice Haynes remind you of? A running back. Oh, I played some basketball last night. Not well, mind you. Little sore. Who is the best O lineman that no one noticed till this season started? I don't know. I feel like a lot of people weren't talking about Trevor Gooseby as a potential first rounder. Aside from this guy, he was kind of a dude I planted my flag in. Maybe I wouldn't say he's the best lineman in this class, but Monroe Freeland, I think for Georgia, is playing really good football. Maybe Vega Iwane. I think he's starting to get maybe fringe first round hype, and it's well deserved. He's freaking phenomenal. And he was my top guard coming into the season. Oh, geez, the dogs are going nuts. What's up, guys? Who are y'all barking at? Y'all good? They're freaking out. Oh, let's see how people are reacting on the X to today's action. That's actually really good. What is your favorite breakfast food, Broshmo? Anything with bacon? Maybe like a breakfast sandwich. Dude, side note, Taco Bell breakfast slaps. It's amazing. I love Taco Bell breakfast. Taco Bell breakfast right now, like if you a breakfast crunch wrap is utterly amazing. Utterly amazing. Why have the Jets always been horrible? I guess as good as mine, I suppose. Well, I guess CJ Daniels has a I guess CJ Daniels has a Kyron Lacey eye paint on right now. Let's see. No, Terrence Carter is injured. Oh, I freaking love Terrence Carter. No, Baltimore doesn't need to rebuild. They need to be healthy and just need to continue to build. They need some legit pass rush. That's kind of been a problem the last couple of years. Like last year, that pass rush didn't really turn on till the second half of the season. How much longer can you really rely on Odafe Owe and was it Kyle Van Noy? Hopefully you can develop Mike Green, but I think you need to bring another guy in there. Dude, I won't want to know what the Texans give up for Jeffrey Simmons. I never had Sonic breakfast. Are we talking about Sonic breakfast? Did I miss a Sonic? 1 second. Oh, second round pick for Simmons. Oh man, I don't know, dude. I'm so bad. Like trade value just radically changes. It's so inconsistent. To figure out who's worth what, it kind of depends on the eye of the beholder. Why is Sonic always packed for breakfast? I don't know. I didn't know that they were packed. Let's see. What could the Bears get for DJ Moore? I feel like to take on the contract, you could probably get a day 2 pick or use a day 2 or get a day 2 pick for him. I don't know if he's going to warrant first. How old is DJ Moore? Oh my gosh. Blanking out, DJ Moore. I was typing in Dante Moore. Oh man, he's gonna be going in his age 29th season. If you could rework, like I don't know what his contract looks like right now. If it's something similar to like, oh, okay, let's see how this looks. Because the contract, honestly, 4 years, 110 million. The cap hit, honestly, isn't terrible for him. And after the 2027 year, you can cut ties if you want. I don't think you necessarily have to. Huh. Honestly, that's kind of a nice contract. Oh. Oh, what is this comment? Let's see. Do you think Minnesota and South Carolina would be a good home game? Dude, I mean, it'd be sure it'd be fun, but I mean, there's a lot of games that would be good. So technically, Jordan Phillips does start for us. I don't really care if they're designated the starter or not. He has the 7th most snaps on the team. He's basically a starter. Snaps mean more than, oh, who was designated a starter? No, just tell me who's on the field the most. That's your starters. Dante Trader, I would like to see more of. Because, I mean, I'm not a big believer in Ashton Davis. Fatu Melifonwu, I think he's been banged up, right? So I wouldn't mind seeing more of Dante Trader. Any real Heisman standouts? I feel like Mateer until he got hurt. Just exciting to watch. You're probably going to get Dante Moore's going to get some shout outs. Fernando Mendoza, just because it's the quarterback position. Where's Ashton Davis from? He's from Cal. Oh, excuse me. All right, Miami's going to get the ball with the chance to make it a 3-score game. Or at the very least, a 2-touchdown game. We're going to start with the ball at our own 25. Any other Heisman standouts, man? I don't know. I feel like people are going to give Jeremiah Smith big shout out. What's his numbers been this year? I mean, if we're going to talk wide receivers, dude, freaking Jordan Tyson's been nuts this year. Yeah, I mean, Jordan Tyson through four games has been all right, been solid. He's been all right. All right, we're gonna hand it off to Charmar Brown. Excuse me. No, Mendoza is not like Jordan Love. Hey, Kirito, do you think this team should be playing Hammond over Morden? Part of me kind of wants to see Hammond. He looked good in the Utah game when he had to step in for Morden. Could we ever see Jeremiah Smith as a Wildcat quarterback? No, who run? I mean, not in the NFL. The NFL doesn't do that. I mean, yeah, it's a trick play, but you're not going to see. That's not something you're going to see consistently. I think that's kind of I don't know. That's kind of a bonkers question. All right, here comes the pressure. He throws it, gets it to his tight end, gets out across the Florida State 40, first down. Ben Johnson would do it. Yeah, but he wouldn't do it like 3 times a game. He wouldn't even do it like back-to-back games. All right, I get it, Aquila. Thank you. All right, Daniel's picking up some solid yards, maybe 5 to create a 2nd and 5. Such a hard question. I think Morin has some crazy football IQ, but I also think he just isn't meant for today's game, whereas Will Hamid would end up making more mistakes. Okay. But also would provide the offense with the spark. Okay, that's fair, Kirito. I mean, hey, if you have 2 good quarterbacks, that's a good problem to have. All right, here comes 2nd and 5. We're going to get a handoff here. And that is Brown, who's going to, oh my gosh, running so hard. He's going to be about a yard or 2 short of the first, though. Who is Mendoza like? Jason. You could find out in my draft guide because I do have a comp for him. Remember last year when Daniel Jones was a scout team safety? I do not. I feel like we haven't seen Mark Fletcher much. Is he banged up? All right, we get the handoff here to Brown, who's going to get the first down. Picks up about 2 to 3 yards. If you didn't know, now you know we're doing this for charity today. So If you could, if you would like to give, if you would like to donate, link is in the description. It's pinned in the chat if you're on the YouTube. If you are on the X, I made a comment, or you could go to my profile. It's my pinned post. Oh, fly. Oh, no. False start, Miami. Come on. Mm. Who throws the best? Oh, man. You're asking so many questions. Jason? Oh, there's Fletcher. Gets trapped behind the line of scrimmage. Fletcher comes in, 2-yard loss. It's going to be 2nd and 17. Unrelated, but I think you would be hard pressed to find a more enthusiastic fan base than Texas Tech right now. Obviously, still Texas, but the Houston Stadium is legit 50% Texas Tech fans. That's sick. All right, 2nd and 16, so officially a 1-yard loss. Beck dropping back, dumps it off to the running back in Fletcher. It was going to make this a 3rd and manageable. Still 3rd and long, though. All right, empty backfield for Carson Beck. Got to get 8 yards. It's going to be a quick screen to Tooney, who's going to be about a yard or two short. And this, I would love to see the Hurricanes go for this sucker. I don't know if Malachi Tony's related to Kadarius Toney. All right, here we go. 4th and 2. Play clock at 3. Oh, they hike it. It's a pass, and he gets it to Toney, who's off and running, and he's in the end zone. Ah! Let's freaking go. Oh. Malachi Toney is not related to Kadarius Toney. Let's go. Miami's so good this year. They are what Clemson was supposed to be. Honestly, you're not wrong. Oh, House, they had a trick play where Sonny Styles was the punt return. That's hilarious. Last question. Do you think I doubt that's the last question, Jason. As we still got a whole second half to get through. Do you think Penn State would benefit from playing a tougher non-conference schedule in order to help better them for conference play? Probably not. I don't think so. Because look at Alabama. They come out against Florida State and crap the bed. And then they use those, like, if we're talking about like lower power four, maybe. But then, I mean, it took Alabama 2 games to really gear up, prepare. And then they come out and look the best they have all year against Georgia. And a lot of that had to do was like, okay, we got some things to fix. Let's fix them in these games. We should win. Because honestly, if we're talking about if they play that Florida State game today, I don't think they win. I don't think Florida State wins. Yeah, Iowa State, sad situation. Lose both your starting corners. It's kind of rough. It's all about the U. Heck yeah. Let's take a quick gander at some scores. As stinking, dude, Texas Tech, they're up 17. I'm cool with that. They're up 28-11. Another missed field goal. That must suck, Kirito. We got UNLV. They're still up by 2 touchdowns. If you took them minus 4.5, you're probably feeling great. I wonder, because Wyoming hasn't really been getting it to their tight end. They need to make him a bit more of a focal point. I don't even know if he's playing today. He hasn't even seen a target. He might not even be playing. Oh, Troy's up by 7 on South Alabama with 4:40 left. You got Florida Atlantic up 10, 24-14 on Rice. Ohio State looks like they're about to score again. They're up 27-3 on Minnesota. Texas A&M's up 7-3 on Mississippi State. Still got a tied ball game here. Colorado, TCU. Kansas, they're only down 3 to UCF. Memphis, they're rolling. They're up 28-7. I took TCU minus 6.5. Not looking good. Not gonna lie. I wasn't gonna touch that game. And if I was gonna bet it down from 13.5 to 4 to 6.5, might as well just go with Colorado. Castellanos trying to get it to Squirrel White just a little too far ahead of him. TCU game. Oh, there we go. Big. Why am I getting excited about a Tommy Castellanos run? Ends up getting a big 18-yard run. The TCU score was tied up at 14. All right, 1st and 10. They are at their own 43. Castellanos, time to throw. Gets it out to McCoy for a nice 20-yard gain. Fake Miami fan, closet FSU fan. Why is over under always minus the team that people don't think will win? I'm confused by that question, Jason. All right, Castellanos rolling out. Here comes the pressure. He throws it downfield, and it's intercepted. Will Penn State ever win a big game? Yeah, just not consistently. They're not going to consistently show up in the big games. Dang, they had a tight end on Ruben Bain. Pittman, honestly, Pittman didn't do a bad job of trying to slow down Ruben Bain. But then when the quarterback rolls out toward the side of the pressure, that where you have the tight end guarding freaking Ruben Bain, it's not going to lead to success. It's just not. So, like, okay, so what TCU minus 6.5 means? Means you take TCU to win, but they have to win by 7 or more points. Minus 6.5. They have to win by 7 or more points. If TCU was the underdog and say they were plus 6.5, they could win or they could lose by 6 or less points, and you would get your bet. Basically, points go to the team that they think is going to lose. A lot of times with home field, ooh, is that Lofton? Nice running catch by Lofton. Basically, if with like a home field, right? Typically 3 points go to the home team. Of course, that's going to kind of depend on the matchup, right? In some matchups, it really doesn't matter. But like in this, Miami was what? Ends up being a 3.5, a 4.5 point favorite. Florida State was given a home field advantage, so people were probably looking Miami as a touchdown favorite, but because of the home field, it goes down less. Vegas is really good at giving points, knowing who's gonna win by how much. They don't always get it right, and I think the spreads in college football are way more forgiven than like the NFL. They're typically always on the nose. Did Royer have a good game today, dude? I've been kind of waiting for him to break out a little bit. Oh, Mark Fletcher. Nice run. I know it was for only 8 yards, but golly, man, when he gets a head full of steam, he is scary. Because he was like, okay, I'm not going to break around this guy. I'm lowering the shoulder. I'm going to end his life. Golly. I don't know if Tony is the most electric player in college football right now. I don't know if I'd go that far. All right. 1st and 10 for Miami at basically midfield. We're going to get fake handoff, and they're going to toss it back to Marion. Oh, man. Who was there inside the 30. Also got taken down. Kind of didn't look good, but he gets up. Oh, my gosh, dude. Yeah, Marion just got out in front of his blocks. All right, 1st and 10 from the Florida State 28. It's going to be a handoff to Fletcher. He's going to pick up maybe 4 yards there. He's going to set up a 2nd and 6. Yeah, it feels like the Ravens are kind of in shambles right now. I think I might. Joe Cladd probably getting clowned for picking poor man's Clemson to win the net. Dude, a lot of people picked Clemson to pick the net. Dude, I had Texas and Clemson going to the national championship. So I'm not gonna hate on somebody else's takes. We all got bad takes. Beck going downfield, almost intercepted. Just kind of throwing it out there, hoping his receiver makes a play, but it was good coverage. Yeah, I heard Cincinnati's run game was nuts today. Dude, Kirito, I'm just saying, everyone and their stinking mom thought Clemson was going to be good. All right, we're going to get a screen here to CJ. CJ Daniels into the end zone. I only took Miami by a touchdown. I should have took 3 touchdowns. Like straight up, they brought back one of the most fierce looking defensive lines. I'm not surprised the offensive line's been a little underwhelming because that offensive line power was never their strong point. It's more finesse blockers out there, but Klubnik, you thought this was a guy with a high floor. I used to be a Klubnik hater, and over the course of last season, he turned me into a truther, and now I'm back to being like, okay, your floor's a lot smaller than I thought it was. The defensive line not being nearly as the defense in general just not being nearly as dominant as I thought it would be. I mean, it's wild when you have a team with that many NFL draft prospects on the defense, and it's like, I guess you're okay. Texas, it was kind of like a lot of people were betting on like Arch being like at least solid. They have really good talent, a receiver, and you know that defense is really good. But Arch's struggles have radically transformed the perception of Texas. So, dude, I thought Kansas State was going to be contending for the Big 12. It is what it is. Why is Florida State getting embarrassed? Because Miami's that good. I always had Ohio State as the best team in football. I mean, I had Ohio State like a top 4, top 5 team. Klubnik only played well in the playoffs last year. You must not watch the Pittsburgh game, Kyle, if you think he only played well in the playoffs. Klubnik will not. Okay, I think Klubnik's at the very least an early day 3 pick. I think y'all giving Klubnik a little too much hate because he's still got some impressive throws out there. His decision making isn't nearly as bad as some of these guys people say are top quarterbacks in this class. He might not be the most toolsy guy, but he's still got a lot of good throws out there. Brendan Sorsby is not a consistent guy. I think he's a good college quarterback, though. But his consistency comes and goes, man. But I think he's a good college quarterback. Miami, Ohio. I don't know if I trust Miami to make it to the national championship game, but that's just me being pessimistic about the about the Hurricanes in general. Just being a Miami fan when it comes to football, you stay pessimistic. What school is Sorsby at? He's at Cincinnati. Was he a transfer anywhere? Let's see. Matter of fact, I might just read y'all my Sorsby. Yeah, he was previously at Indiana. I might just read my Sorsby take. He's probably not even coming out this year because he's a redshirt junior. All right. So Sorsby, prototypical quarterback build, strong arm, throws with a good amount of zip, sturdy frame that can absorb contact as a passer and a ball carrier, above average athlete that can extend the play with his feet, maneuvers the pocket well, and displays good vision as a ball carrier. Abysmal decision making under pressure. Will Levis type of interceptions, West Virginia. And this is talking about the 2024 game, which I should probably specify. 2024, because this, let's see. Drifts backwards rather than stepping into the pocket when he feels pressure. Inconsistent ball placement on touch throws. Accuracy comes and goes, which was reflected by his, which I mean, honestly, his adjusted completion rate's not terrible. 71.8%. It's above 70%. That's what you want at least. But yeah. I also think A&M could run away with the SEC and push for the Natty. I don't know, man. I don't know. I lean Alabama for the SEC championship. It's kind of hard to see anyone other than Georgia and Alabama not win the SEC. Maybe I'm just one of those homers that got to see someone different win it first before I can believe it. I don't know. Yeah, Kirito, I told you it wasn't last question. Yeah, Bearcats being 4-1 is a little bit surprising. It really is. I don't think I bet it last week, but I was like, huh. I think weren't they? I don't know if they were favored over Kansas State, but it was close enough for me to be like, huh. I don't know if they beat Kansas State. And then they do. Or not Kansas State, Kansas. And then they do beat Kansas. And I was like, uh-oh. Okay, Cincinnati might be a legit team in the Big 12. And they go out and they just beat, again, an Iowa team who's kind of lost on offense a little bit and defensively took a big hit when they lost their starting corners. So West Virginia is in a bit of a rebuild. On a side note, they only lost by 14, and it wasn't a competitive game, but I think they probably can beat ODU and Navy. I think it'd be a lot closer than you would think. I bet you the spread would be within a touchdown. I feel like I was doing something on my phone and then I stopped. Maybe I was just checking what people are saying on the X. Dang, Kirito, man, you are just showing out on your oh my gosh, Carnell Tate has 7 receptions for 163 yards in the first half alone. But yeah, Kirito, you are losing your mind over Texas Tech. Love it. FSU is taking a beating Nintendo Mike, and it's glorious. Feeling like Bobby Roode out here. Let's see. How are you not nervous about them blowing it? Because as a Hurricanes fan, you're dead inside. If they blow it, they blow it. I mean, I've been there before. Uh-oh, we might have a late hit or unnecessary roughness. Do you think Altmaier's underrated, overrated, or appropriately rated? I think he's appropriately rated. I think he's a good college quarterback who maybe could be a decent backup in the NFL. Dang, dude, Molly got knocked out. And now Michael Irvin's out there. Oh my gosh. Oh, this is great TV. All right, we got a handoff here. I'm sorry, Philip. I'm sorry that Florida State's crap in the bed for you right now. No, Allmeyer. No. I watched Allmeyer's tape from last year. I never really considered him a. I don't think. I don't think he's close to day one. I don't think he's close to day two. I think maybe mid to late day three. I just don't see those type of tools in him. Like you could be you could even be a great college quarterback or positional player in general, and not necessarily have it translate to the NFL. I mean, there's reasons why guys like who've won the Heisman, like Jason White at Oklahoma or Troy Smith at Ohio State, and they end up being mid to late day three picks. Oh, here comes the blitz, and I think Castellanos is down. Tried to throw it away, but I mean, regardless, it's fourth down. So we're going to probably get a punt here, 4th and 16 from the Florida State 37. Chase Young, a lot of his stuff has to do with injury. He was never really the same after, was it a neck injury, I think, initially? And now he's been dealing with a calf injury to start this season. Oh, we're going to get no return here. Whoa! We're going to get no unnecessary roughness? Florida State player literally grabbed the Miami returner as he was trying to let the ball go and trying to get him to touch the ball. Hilarious. Kind of feels like a penalty. Yeah, Jeff Okuda was a big bust. Chase Young had moments early in his career. Like his rookie year wasn't great, but you kind of saw Chase Young start to, I think, kind of like break out in year two, but that's kind of when the injury occurred. So just kind of sucks. All right, here comes Miami. We're going to get a handoff here to Lyle. Picks up about 6 to 7. Yeah, I did know Saquon originally was recruited by Rutgers and then flipped to Penn State. Do I have a my guy for this draft class? Was he elite his rookie year? I thought he was slow out of the gates. Maybe I'm just misremembering. All right, we got a handoff here again to Lyles. We got time. We could go back in history because I thought Chase Young was slow. Like I thought he was okay, like good, not great his rookie year, and then it was year two where he started to break out. Let's go by team. Let's go by position. Let's go edge. What was his draft year? What was Chase Young's draft year? Was it 2020? 3rd and 1. Miami's gonna get it. I believe that's Brown. Yeah, it was 2020. Okay. Okay, we'll go to the 2020 draft class. And then let's go to that 2020 season. Oh, Kenneth Murray also disappointed. Oh, I could have told you that, dude. I never was a big Kenneth Murray guy. Hey, little girl. Here, Daddy's working. Oh, Jojo. Jojo with the kisses. Hi. Daddy's working, so he's gonna close the door. Okay.
I really want to.
Me?
I really want to.
Are you sure? She wants me to get her out instead of mom? What? All right, I'll go out there and get her. All right, I'll be back, and hopefully we'll have Chase Young's stats popped up here. Oh, here we go, actually. Yeah. Which is kind of weird. That's
And so anyway.
Excuse me, Jojo.
That you?
Okay, go.
That's you.
There you want to? Yeah, I know that is good. You want to put that on the kitchen counter?
Yeah. So.
All right. Hey, all right, you want to do the TV?
Yeah.
All right. I'm going to sit down and I'm already going to put on some stuff on the TV, okay? Here you go. You want a blanket? You don't want a blanket? Or do you want a blanket? You want a blanket? Okay. All right, put on something.
Okay.
And Mama's here.
How much longer you got?
Maybe an hour. Hour or less. Okay, I'm back. Oh, now we could get this Chase Young discussion going. All right. All right. So, looking at Chase Young, he was okay. He was all right. Like I said, he was good, not great. Okay, coach. Okay, coach. There you go, buddy. Yeah, but he was good, not great. So his rookie year, I think he led all rookies in pressures, 42 pressures, 6 sacks. But his win rate was only 10.5%. I thought it was 2021 where he really broke out. Oh, Lyle stumbling down after contact. There's a flag. Oh my gosh, why is it taking so long for these? Do I have too many windows open? 4 forced fumbles are pretty good. Well, okay, forced fumbles is such a tricky thing, though. It's gimmicky. Like, there's a few guys that it's like, oh, okay, no, they have a special art of forcing the fumble. But other than that, it's pretty tricky. Okay, no, I guess he was hurt his second year. 24 pressures, 2 sacks, 11.6 pass rush win rate. 2022, maybe? All right, Lyle, first and 18. Gotta love it. Oh, I guess maybe he just had a good rookie year and we never saw the breakout. But he initially got hurt in year 2. The Bosa's were better than the NFL. Easy. You say Chase Young? Yeah, if we're talking, I don't know. What kind of question is that? Let's see. Yeah, he only played 3 games in 2022. And yeah, I guess it was just like good, not great his rookie years. So there was some promise there as a rookie. And he looked elite to start his sophomore year. Okay. All the puzzle pieces are now coming together. On a side note, 3rd and 16 for the Hurricanes. All right, what do we got? Going out. Would have been short of the sticks anyway. Missed it on Marion on the out route, but it would have been short of the sticks, so it's kind of irrelevant. There were a lot of busts in the 2020 draft. Didn't the Bosas get hurt a lot in the NFL? Yeah, but I mean, Nick is when on the field is an elite pass rusher. Joey's been solid when on the field. It's just he's hurt all the time. But Chase has never had an elite year. That's the problem. Oh my gosh, dude. Return man for Florida State got lit up. Good job catching or hanging on to the football. Typically, you're going to see half of the first rounders be busts anyway. I mean, we could go draft by draft. NFL draft. We already kind of established half of the first rounders in the. I mean, to be fair, Patrick Queen's okay. Jordan Brooks has been solid. Dolphins. Jordan Love, arguably a top 12 quarterback in the NFL. Brandon Ayuk had his moments. Cesar Ruiz still a starter. Technically, Kenneth Murray's still a starter. Justin Jefferson, one of the top 2 wide receivers in the NFL. You got Austin Jackson's technically a starter. Good, not great. CeeDee Lamb's amazing. AJ Terrell's good. Jerry Jeudy's been a roller coaster. Tristan Wirfs, I would argue, is a top 2 or 3 tackle in the NFL. Mekhi Becton's kind of coming to his own as a guard. Let's see. Derek Brown's great. Justin Herbert's solid. Tua's still a starter. Andrew Jones is solid. And then Joe Burrow, when healthy, really good. So, I mean, we're talking like a good third of the first round. We could go to the year before. Yeah, let's go to this previous season. Kyler Murray, Nick Bosa, Quinnen Williams, then Cleveland Farrell, Devin White, Daniel Jones. Then again, Indiana Jones is popping off. Josh Hines Allen, DJ Hawkinson, Ed Oliver. Those are all good players. I think Devin Bush soured people on linebackers early in the first round. Him and Devin White kind of soured people on linebackers. Jonah Williams has stuck around. He's stuck around. Rashawn Gary might not be elite anymore, but still. Christian Wilkins. Let's not talk about it. Chris Lindstrom. He's one of the best guards in football. Brian Burns, Dexter Lawrence. It's funny that both those guys are Giants now. Garrett Bradbury's fine. Jeffrey Simmons, Noah Fant. Let's see. Titus Howard, he's a quality starting offensive lineman. Josh Jacobs, Hollywood Brown, Montez Sweat. Caleb McGarry, when healthy, solid run blocking tackle. Probably like if he's on your offensive line, you're kind of hoping he's like the 4th or 5th best player on the offensive line, but quality player. What do you mean is Josh Hines Allen still playing? Not only is he still playing, he is freaking a monster. Oh, are they looking for targeting? Oh, they called targeting. That sucks. Led with the crown of the helmet. Shimmer me timbers. All right. Josh Hines Allen is tied for 3rd in pressures in the NFL. Might only have 1 sack, but 23 pressures on the year. Curious what his win rate might be. And 21.7 win rate. It's basically elite in the NFL. If you're above 20%, you're one hell of a good pass rusher. Have not heard his name much. Yeah, the Henry Ruggs situation's a bit. He's a bust in terms of circumstances. Made a massive mistake, cost someone their life, and having to pay for it. Houston goes for it on 4th down. Didn't get it. That should be game. Tech should cover. Nice. Let's do a scoreboard while we're here, because I'm feeling good about that parlay to end the day. That'll help get me back to positive. I mean, I have a lot of single bets. So, all right, Miami, they're up 28-3. Heck yeah. Texas Tech, they're up 35-11 with 7.5 minutes left. UNLV, I'm kicking myself for not taking UNLV minus 4.5. But they're up 31-10 on Wyoming. Troy is up 31-24. They're in OT. Uh-oh, let's go. Ohio State, they're up 35-3. I think I kind of mentioned they could probably win this game like 35-7 or 35-10. That's just kind of the place. Oh shoot, they actually might clip 40. They're moving the ball. Oh no, Mississippi State's getting their butt kicked. Oh man, I would need them. I need 8 points for them to cover right now. Get it together, Mississippi State. Golly, dude. I knew it was a trap the minute I saw it. I was like, golly, Mississippi State coming off a close home victory, losing to Tennessee in overtime. Ooh. I don't think giving them 17 feels like a lot. And I bit into it. They can cover with the touchdown and a 2-point conversion, though. TCU's up 21-14 against Colorado. Kansas just took their first lead of the night, I believe. They're up 27-20 on UCF. And then Memphis, they're up 31-7 versus Tulane. I actually might turn on the Mississippi State game right now. A&M's the most tested team in college football right now. I don't know. I feel like Alabama could be up there. Oh, Mississippi State might just score a touchdown. Oh, Castellanos on the run. Oh, that would have been a nice catch. Is he in? He is in. That was Boggs. There are some really good NFL games tomorrow. Yes, there are. I think Mississippi State did not get the 2-point conversion. Or did they attempt it already? Yeah. Yeah, okay. They already attempted it. They didn't get it. Oh, we got a little flea flicker reverse, goes incomplete. Alabama was tested. Dude, Alabama is a radically different team than the opener, man. I'm just saying, if you were to say Alabama versus A&M, I'm going Alabama probably. Oh, here comes the pressure. Castellanos is going to try to run for it, and he's going to get it. Down at the 23. Dang, I need a stop. Need a stop, Mississippi State. Seahawks, Bucks should be good. Both those teams got a lot of players banged up. For the Bucks on the offense and ironically for the Seahawks on defense. I don't know. I don't think they play each other this year. Miles Murphy and Joseph Asai, do I think they'll get better as pass rushers? I mean, I don't think they're going to be starters in the NFL, but I think they can maybe get better in the way of maybe being a rotation, like being a part of a rotation potentially. Castellanos finding his guy. I think that's Boggs. Nope, Danzy, excuse me. Chargers Commanders should be good. Yep. Really wish Terry McLaurin was playing, but hey, I'm just happy Jane Daniels is going to be out there. And timeout Miami. Yep, timeout Miami. Dang, dude. Mississippi State can't make a tackle. Dude, and Owens, the backup, literally just stiff armed this guy. There was like no feist. I feel like the minute this defender tries to make the tackle, and it's a lackadaisical, like, okay, he's gonna stiff arm me. I'm just gonna force him out of bounds. It took forever. Caleb Williams or Jaden Daniels better than Caleb Williams? No, it's the greater sign. So Caleb Williams better than Jaden Daniels. That's gonna be. I think it's close. Jaden, like Caleb Williams, needs to be better on the down to down basis. Needs to be more consistent as a thrower of the football. But I mean, by the end of the year, if we're having this debate about, oh man, who was the best quarterback from the 2024 NFL draft, it could be close. It could be close between Daniels and Williams. But I think right now you probably lean Daniels just based on what he did his rookie year. And we've seen that same consistency this season when healthy, of course. Mm-mm-mm. All right, really need Mississippi State to force a field goal here. That'll make it a 22-point game. Touchdown gets me back into Mississippi State covering. Fourth quarter, Caleb is the third best QB in the league. First 3 quarters is the worst. Huh, I'd have to go look at that. I just got new analytics, not via PFF, by the way. And I'm curious. I might look at that. Because I thought Caleb was kind of bad in the second half against Minnesota. I don't know how's it looked recently. What I see from Caleb is he has made improvements literally every game. Yeah, I think still occasionally he's off base with some passes. The accuracy can come and go, but he's got a special arm. There we go. Good stop. Good stop by Mississippi State. Forcing a 4th down. But I do think that, I mean, he's got the arm talent. He's got special ability to make something from nothing. So I wouldn't bet against Caleb Williams. I just got access to True Media Analytics, so I could actually look and make those comparisons. Get a little more insight. Toss it into the end zone. Oh, Deuce Robinson. Oh, man. Boxed him out for the rebound, but couldn't make the catch. Man, almost had that. And just couldn't get it. Tried to make the catch with one arm. Look at that. That's back-to-back games where he kind of bobbles as a bobble drop touchdown. To be fair, Castellanos is going to throw this. Touchdown. Let's do it. I haven't done it all night for Florida State. 10 minutes left. They're not out of this ball game. 2-point conversion makes it a 17-point ball game. I think obviously you go for it here. All right, empty backfield. Man in motion. That's Pittman. Castellanos trying to throw a fade ball, but they're going to give a flag? I don't even think that sucker was catchable. That's a weak sauce flag. That's kind of a weak sauce flag. I don't know if Caleb statistically third best in the fourth quarter and the worst through 3 quarters. I'm going by what I see and maybe exaggerating a little bit. I'm sure there might be some truth to that, maybe. Perhaps. All right, let's do this again. Man in motion. They're going to Hand it off. Oh, that's a face mask. But they scored they got the 2-point conversion. Definitely a face mask, but they got the 2-point conversion. Dang, it looks like Norvell is mad about something. Oh, was there an unsportsmanlike conduct on Florida State? Face mask defense. Knew that. Okay, so there was an unsportsmanlike contact on one of the offensive linemen for Florida State, but offset and penalties. Dante Moore, Heisman favorite? Probably. That sounds good to me. I think he's playing good football. I think John Mateer, if he wasn't going to miss the next month, deserved to be in that conversation, but you know what it is. Let's see. If they get a touchdown, that puts them at 15. I'm looking at this. I'm trying to look how I can cover this this Texas A&M Mississippi State game. Touchdown covers regardless if they go for a 2-point conversion or just the extra point. So I just need a touchdown. Touchdown Mississippi State. Give me that. All right, quick little shout out. We're doing charity today. If you want to donate, I got links to the American Heart Institute or Association. It's a great cause, helps with congenital heart disease when it comes to children. Florida State going for an onside kick. They don't get it. But if you want to give, you can check out the link in the pinned comment. I got a couple of links in the description. If you want to get a shirt, all funds for that still goes to the American Heart Association. If you're on the X, then you could either go to my profile page, look at the pinned post, or you could always check out the comment in the stream. All right, so Miami picks up the onside kick. Dude, Niners being 4-1 is freaking insane to me right now. And it's not fluky. You went out and beat the Rams, a very good Rams team. Well, I got a player down for Mississippi State. All right, hand off to Fletcher's going to maybe get a yard, maybe 2 if he's lucky. Currently got a player down for Mississippi State. Hopefully everything's okay. He's moving his legs. That's always a positive sign. 3rd and 7 for the Hurricanes here, though. All right, looks like Beck. Maybe there was some miscommunication between him and was that Marion, the receiver? There is a flag. Yep, holding on the offense. They're gonna decline it. It's 4th and 7. If you're the Hurricanes, maybe it's too early to go for it. You got a field goal kicker that could kick a 57, 58 yarder. Doesn't make sense. 49ers are 4-1 and their losses to the Jags. Jags are a good team. Aren't the Jags aren't they 3-1? Am I wrong about that? Yeah, they're 3-1. Yeah, Jaguars are a good team. Okay, the Jags did it that one year where they were hot to start the year and then just but Liam Cohen's a good coach, man. I think it's gonna be better. Dude, Mac Jones, he was playing with what, an MCL sprain? That dude was a gamer, man. Yeah, I think Mac Jones might be one of the better bridge quarterbacks in the NFL at this point. Ooh, Castellanos almost getting tackled for a safety. All right, they brought out the cart, but he's limping. He's conscious. He's not on a stretcher. I think they may have put an air cast on his leg. So, okay. It's good that it's nothing like too crazy, too serious. That's good to see. All right, 2nd and 10 here for Florida State. Castellanos just going to throw this off the back foot in the way of Pittman. I mean, Mac Jones probably gets another shot at starting somewhere in the NFL, most definitely. Do I think he ends up a starter in the NFL long term? Probably not. Probably ends up just being a pretty reliable bridge quarterback or a stop-start quarterback. All right, we got 3rd and 10 here for Florida State. Here comes the pressure again. He gets it out, and he gets it to Deuce Robinson for a first down at about the 18. Concerned about the Ravens? Yes. Side note, 2nd and 16 for Mississippi State. Here comes the pressure, and he's sacked. It's going to be 3rd and super long. I believe that was Cassius Howe with the sack. Castellanos running for his life, and he finds a man. And that's McCoy. Was that a first down? It was a first down. All right, handoff here. That's Sawchuk. Last mention of Texas Tech tonight, but does Texas Tech remain in a similar position in your top 10 after this win? I've kind of settled with the fact that we won't move up because of our wins, but because of others' losses. Yeah, that's probably how it stands. We got Holden on the offense for Florida State. Mississippi State's punting this sucker away. That makes me sad. I think they've now resigned to losing this game and not covering the spread, which hurts. All right, so I won't be doing weekly rankings, but I don't think you could see it on the screen. Can't see it on the screen, but my top, so essentially my top 10 headed into this week was Ohio State, Miami. I probably keep that. Oregon, Ole Miss didn't play this week. I'm keeping that. Oklahoma, I know Mateer's down. Let's see them play against quality competition, how they fare. They got Texas next week. So let's just see how they do without Mateer. I'm going to keep them at 5. A&M, they're not moving. They're at 6. Indiana, they're not moving. They didn't play today. Vandy, losing today. They dropped back. That would bump Texas Tech, who is 9 for me, up to 8. Now, I'm not doing weekly rankings. I'm just kind of doing them quarterly, I suppose, or maybe every third of the season for college football, just because the videos don't do that big of views. But yeah, no, Texas Tech, I would bump them up to 8 at this point. Oh, Deuce Robinson grabbing the first down on, was that 4th and 5? Ugh. All right, Castellanos, he's running, he's scrambling, he's throwing it. Can't believe the receiver came up there, made that play. Is that Danzy? It is Danzy. Dude, way to play the football. All right, dropping back again, throwing it deep. He's got Robinson just out of the reach. Almost, but no cigar. Yeah, no. Illinois would stay in my top 25 as well because they didn't do anything to get them knocked out of it. False start Miami or offsides? Delay a game on the defense? All right, 2nd and 5 for Florida State. They're bringing pressure, but it's not hitting home. And he's going to the out again. Ooh, Danzy almost with a nice catch there. Was that Mario Cristobal he took down? No, that was another coach. That would have been hilarious. 3rd and 5 at their own 35. Kind of an awkward formation here with Deuce Robinson so far into the backfield, but off the line. Oh, no, excuse me. That's Dancy. And no pressure, but here comes Bain. Sack forces a bad throw. Almost a sack, excuse me. Dude, Bain got there so quick. Dude, he just hit him with the chop and then just flipped the corner. All right, buddy, you want out? Let's get you out. There you go, buddy. Yeah, Kirito, I typically don't bet NFL. If I do, I'll do like higher or lower on underdog when it comes to player stats. Oh, Castellanos is going to run for it on fourth down, and he makes it. But like I said, if I do, it is typically higher or lower on underdog. And I don't, underdog gives me reward, so it's not usually my money. So, and it's really not to like actually win money. It's just like if I ever want to, oh, these are some of the higher lowers that I like this week, but I don't really do that on the channel. I just kind of give them a shout out. All right, Mississippi State, they're going to fall short of hitting for me. So they killed that parlay. That dream is what it is. Who you got in the Vikings game tomorrow? What is it versus the Browns, right? Dylan Gabriel's first start. It might not be pretty. I mean, I would still lean Vikings, but it doesn't sound like it's going to be a pretty game. Castellanos having a run again. Throws this outside and he overthrows his wide receiver, who was opened. All right, here comes 3rd and 10. 5 minutes left in the game. Something that may be fun is starting a Pick'ems league. Would give us another topic on the stream. Yeah, that would be. That's not a bad idea. I'd have to look into that. All right, here comes the pressure. He gets it out to Pittman, but good tackle. It's going to be like a 1 or 2 yard gain, setting up a 4th and 8. How many 4th downs have they converted this drive, though? Virginia looking good so far? Yeah, they are. Now, if I did a pick 'em, it would just be for fun. And Castellanos, he's going to gun it, and he's got his man, Pittman, first down. Maybe I would do it to where, like, the winner at the end of the season, maybe we do like a, what do they call them? Like Survivor leagues, like pick'em leagues, where like winner gets like a gift card or something, like $100 gift card or something. I don't know. Free draft guide. Maybe. By the end of the NFL season, actually, that might work out perfect. Maybe you do a gift card with a free draft guide. And by that time, hopefully we have the site up so it'd be free for a year. Central. All right, we're talking San Fran here. Survival pool. I think that's what they call it. Yeah, if you already have one, you're going to get it free for the next season. Yeah. No, I'm not going to let y'all decide what I stream. No. No. All right, they're in the red zone. They're starting to make this a game. Come on, I got to hit one of my bets tonight. I got to hit one of my bets. Miami win by 7. Win by 7 or more. That's all I need. Don't choke. If they don't win by 7 or more, I hope they lose. That's all I'm saying. Gojo, you just asked to come in. Now you want to go out? All right, dropping back. We're not rushing anybody. And it's a touchdown, Florida State. Pittman. I had a teacher that was in one of those, and he would be asking me about who to pick every week. Nice. All right, here comes 2-point conversion. They're 1 for 1 on the night. Another prize would be he does a video on a prospect of their choice. Specific prospect videos don't do well for me, unfortunately. And unless you have film, people aren't really interested in it. And if I have film, they got the 2-point conversion. Yeah, unless I have film, or if I do film in a prospect video, then it's not going to be monetized. So it's like that. I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. Yeah, he caught that. That's a 2-point conversion. And now it's a 9-point game? Oh, I'm glad I didn't bet him up to -9.5. What sucked is at the end of this season, there were 4 people left, and 3 of them wanted to split the pot, and one guy didn't, and my teacher ended up getting knocked out in his last week. Oh, that does suck. Carson might be playing himself back into the first round. Carson back? No. I think he's firmly like a late day 2, early day 3 guy. I don't know if there's really anything he could do to get out of that area for me personally, but I firmly have him there just because limited tools, not a guy that can consistently drive the ball down the field. Oh, man, it's touched. I think Miami got back on top of it, though. Oh, that was scary. Yeah, keep shooting the ideas, Nintendo Mike. And Wesley Bissaint coming up with it. Florida State, they still have all their timeouts. Still a 2-score game. You could let some choice team on your group mock free of charge for one of them. I don't know what that means, Nintendo Mike. Are you talking about walk the mock? We don't do walk the mock on here anymore. I'm hoping once we put the mock draft simulator in there, not this draft cycle, but maybe next draft cycle, to have our own version of walk the mock. Maybe we'll just name it Mock the Mock, but have our own version of that. And that way we could live stream those a lot more frequently because a lot of y'all liked it, but I mean, if I'm being honest, they weren't paying a lot, so it was just something I couldn't keep streaming. And it would just be more it would be just if I made it something that got included with the draft guide, that way y'all are getting more bang for your buck on top of, well, okay, yeah, it helps the channel out financially. Oh man, ball a little behind, well played, almost tipped up. Yeah, free draft guide I think is a good shout out. I think draft guide with a gift card would be nice. That's Jerry Wilson. Jeremiah Wilson, the transfer from, I believe, Houston. All right, 3rd and 7. They are not going to throw it again, but it's a screen. Stay in bounds. It's going to be close to the first. It's going to be short, but you're going to be able to go for it. And Florida State does use a timeout. I think you go for this if you're Miami. Go for the kill. Y'all been messing around too much. They were down 25. It's a 9-point game right now. Go for the kill. No need for that. I feel like a gift card gives it added value. Want a little bit more than just a draft guide. I mean, this is probably something we're not doing until next year. So I will first want to establish the website, and then we could start doing fun stuff. All right, going for on 4th and 1. Handoff. There's a flag. And Miami does get the first down, I think. Offsides, Florida State gives us the first down. We did it, Gojo. No, I fed him this morning.
How was it?
What? I'm still doing it.
Oh, Lindsay's parents are in town, so I'm gonna go say hi and then I'll be back home.
Did you eat
No, you can have it.
the rest?
Yeah.
Okay.
I ate at the home show, like a big old plate of nachos. So
Okay.
love you.
Love you. Have fun. I'll see you later. Is Memphis any good? Yeah, they're pretty solid for a group of 5 team. Oh, all right. They whistle them down. Probably a loss of 1. But that's fine. Force Florida State to use their timeouts. I'm okay with that. Get people free draft guide. That's already really cool enough. That is cool. You know what's also cool? Donating. Haven't had a donation today. Let's see if we could get one in. We're gonna be doing this for the rest of October, so there's plenty of time. I'll push it a little bit more as we close out the month. I'll feature it in some of the videos because the content's starting to rev up a little bit. So with the content revving up, mid-season draft rankings will be dropping. Position for Broshmo to wear a Dolphins custom costume. Oh, a dolphin costume. How can I speak through a Dolphins costume in a mock draft? That would be hilarious. Listen, if the Hurricanes make, I'm gonna make no promises. We'll come and reevaluate it. Dolphins, if the Hurricanes make the natty during because best believe your sweet cheeks. We're streaming that game. And we'll see. How are my fantasy leagues doing? Oh, I don't want to talk about that. My dynasty leagues are doing pretty all right. One in two of those leagues, I'm probably competing for the championship. Other two, I'm in mini rebuilds, so that's fine. I think they should be like a year turnaround, just depending on what draft picks I can get. Yeah, Kyle, I'll figure it out. In my redraft leagues, I think I'm I'm 1-3 in all my redraft leagues. I just had to trade Saquon Barkley to get Javonte Williams and Ladd McConkey because my wide receiver depth is trash. I bet on the Travis Hunter experiment. Not good for fantasy. I got the Jaden Daniels, Terry McLaurin stack that's done nothing for me this year. My running backs are good. ETN, solid. Jordan Mason, solid. Probably won't have a good game tomorrow, though. Jalen Waddle's probably going to be a little more valuable now with Tyreek Hill out, in theory. If I could get Terry McLaurin back, that would be great. I have Tucker Kraft, which is awesome. So, I think my team's going to be better, but I'm probably going to start the year 1-3 or 1-4. Because the guy I'm facing started Tongas. He got 17 or 18 points. He has Kyron Williams, who went off. You had so many stacks of McLaurin and Jaden Daniels in underdog. Yeah, that's been a sad stack. But, dude, I had Brian Thomas on one team, and Derrick Henry's just kind of been a big letdown. But I've had Brian Thomas on one team. He's been a letdown this year. I think in both those leagues, I have Jalen Hurts, and then I also have Caleb Williams. So, some weeks I have to be this is a good matchup for Caleb Williams, man. I'm going to start him over Hurts. But Hurts is always kind of always a safe start. I have Tucker Kraft in so many leagues, and watching that not matter sucks. I'm doing well in my guillotine leagues. But yeah, my dynasty leagues I'm doing much better at, so. Oh, you had Njoku in a ton? That's rough. Nah, I knew if I didn't go tight end early, which I typically don't like to, I wanted desperately Tucker Kraft because I thought, oh, he's going to be at least a top 5, top 7 tight end. And watching him turn into one of these elite options. Granted, I mean, he's probably a tight end 6, tight end 7 right now just because he had the bye, or he has the bye. All right, hand off to Mark Fletcher, who slips making his cut. I'm 4-0 in one league, in another 2-2, and in another I'm 1-3. What up, Jason? Oh yeah, I'm in a few leagues I'm in 2 leagues where we play kickers. I typically I don't like having kickers in my fantasy drafts. Like my big league, the league I run, no kickers. It's a 14 team league too. All right. Oh my gosh, that was such a bad fourth down conversion attempt. But I mean, we're at the 20, the 23. I don't mind us going for it, trying to put the nail in the coffin. I swear, at this point, Florida State marches down the field and scores, costing me Miami -6.5. I might lose my mind. No, I don't think Florida State's out of the college football contention. They can still finish the year 10-2. 10-2 still gets you, I think still for the most part gets you in. Especially considering one of their wins is Alabama. Here comes pressure. He gets it out. Pittman out about the line of scrimmage. No gain. How did you trade Dak for Josh Allen? Are you in a fantasy league with people who think they're in a NFL fantasy or a basketball fantasy league? Well, I mean, that's all good. There's no problem playing with kickers, Kyle. I just think kickers is position you could like sneak into having a starter. Oh, they're gonna call. Oh my gosh, he slid. Hit him during the slide, and they're gonna call a penalty on it. I'd have to see a review. It looked close. In real time, it didn't look bad, but we'll see. But yeah, kicker, I typically draft kickers last and defenses. Just because you could stream defenses and be okay. Kicker, you could just keep your eye on the waiver wire and stumble into a top 5 kicker in the league. All right, they're calling late hit. Whatever. All right, 1st and 10 at the Florida State 41. Over or under Cooper Rush, 200 yards tomorrow. Here comes the pressure. He gets it out to the running back who gets out of bounds, gains about maybe 4 or 5 yards. Oh, against the Texans? I mean, I think that game will be close, and if it's close, he's probably going to need to be over 200 yards, even if they rely on Derrick Henry. All right, here comes Bain, and he dumps it again to the running back who breaks a tackle. It's going to be a first, though. You know what's funny? Field goal costs me Miami -6.5. All right, dropping back. Pressure again. He's rolling out. Here comes the pressure, and he's just going to chuck this sucker out of bounds. No flags for intentional grounding, by the way. And they're talking about it. Because he went backwards. I don't know if he got out of the tackle box. And no penalty for... Oh my gosh, what is this tackling? Ball is tipped. Deuce Robinson still gets it. And then I see the most nonchalant 2 tackle attempts. One missed tackle, 2 missed tackle. Gets out of bounds too. Oh man, starting Dak with Lamar hurt. That's not bad. And here comes the field goal with 25 seconds left. Hey, if you bet Miami -6.5, it's cooked. I haven't watched that. Dallas Wilson literally just popped off today. I haven't watched him. All right. Well, if you bet Miami -6.5, you can kiss that bet goodbye. But at least I'm gonna hit on Miami money line, which just means I didn't lose that much today. That's all it means. What are your thoughts on the 2026 NFL draft class? Do you think it's better than the 2025? No, it's nowhere close to the 2024 draft class. That was a great class. When it comes to comparing it to last year's class, I think it's comparable in edge talent. The corner talent, I think, is relatively solid too. It might be a little bit better in terms of receivers, or maybe just on par. I mean, it's close. The offensive line talent's so much better, though. I think it could be comparable. All right, it's recovered. That's game. Miami wins. Yay. I think it's comparable to the 2025 class, though. It's comparable. I can't believe Miami let them back in this game. Florida State ends the game, fourth quarter, on a 19-0 run. Yeah, ends closer than we thought. Miami wins, but they should have covered -6.5. That's all I'm going to say. And there's the knee. That's the ball game. Miami wins. They remain undefeated. The Seminoles have now dropped 2 straight. 2 straight, unfortunately. That's it for the stream as well. We've been here for 4 hours, for goodness sake. We've been here for over 8 hours, including our earlier stream. Probably only doing the 2 games next week, because Bama, Mizzou. So we'll do the early game and the mid slate with Oregon, Indiana. And we'll also have, obviously, Oklahoma and Texas going on at the same time. So we'll switch between those 2 games. Thank you for joining me. This was always fun. It's always a good time to hang out with you guys. It's been fun. It's been real. It's been fun real. But that's it for your boy. Before, on your way out, hit that thumbs up. It's always much appreciated, much obliged. If you're on the X, hit that heart. Speaking of heart, if you haven't already, or if you have and you just want to give more, check out the link in the description. Or if you're on the X, it's the pinned tweet on my profile. If you want to give to the American Heart Association, it's always much appreciated, much obliged. We're raising money for congenital heart disease among children. So near and dear to my heart. I do appreciate that. But thanks for hanging out. I'll catch you on the next one. Later.